Salute everybody. Salute everybody. I want to welcome everybody to this demonstration. Justice for Shanquella Robinson. The latest update in the case, as well as the second annual Rock Squad meet and greet. Before we get started, let me read my disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Everything that you hear in this demonstration, everything, my audio isn't clear. What about now, positive vibe? What about now? How's my audio? How's my audio? How's my audio, y'all? It's still not clear? Tell y'all. Let me see what I can do. What about now? How's the audio? What about now? Sounds like I'm underwater. Still sound like I'm underwater. Still like I'm underwater. Does it still sound like I'm underwater? Let me know if it still sounds like I'm underwater. Does it still sound like I'm underwater? What about now? Salute. Let me know if y'all can hear me now. Let's see. How's my audio? Salute, everybody. How's my audio? It's better? All right. Salute, everybody. Salute. Oh, boy. Okay, so I want to welcome everybody to this demonstration. I'll try to get around to saluting everybody individually, but salute to everybody that's catching this on a replay. Salute to all my moderators. Salute to everybody that's watching from the clouds. Salute to you, him, and her. Salute to all my new subscribers. Salute to the whole Rock Squad. Now, the latest update in the Shanquella Robinson case, we will be discussing, and also we will be discussing the second annual Rock Squad meet and greet. The dates for the Rock Squad meet and greet will be October the 25th, October the 26th, and October the 27th. So that's the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. As of today, what's etched in stone is on Sunday, October the 27th. On that Sunday, we will be attending another balloon release for Shanquella Robinson at her burial site. Now, this going to happen in Huntersville, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, I do understand that there are many of you that are spread it out all over the country. But what I'm asking for everyone that's in the Charlotte area, if you are in the Charlotte area, you should be at least able to attend the balloon release. The balloon release will take place October the 27th, which is a Sunday. Now, Saturday and Friday, we have other events that's going to take place, and I'll get into those events later on. However, Sunday, October the 27th, if you are in the Charlotte area, if you are 2 hours or less away from Charlotte, I should see you at the balloon release. Okay? I know that everyone wish that they could come, and I know that, for some people, it's going to be hard for them to come. And hopefully we will, not hopefully, we will be taking up funds. We will be taking up funds to help those that would like to come, but their money just not right. So we will be taking up a fund for that. Miss Parker and Beautiful Nightmare will be reaching out to everyone. Miss Parker and Beautiful Nightmare is over the funds as far as to help out with, transportation and other things that are going on. So just because you don't have the finances to come, we still might be able to make a way for you to attend. But as I stated before, Miss Parker and Beautiful Nightmare will be, making announcements, and will be reaching out to everyone. So I'll say it again. October the 25th, October the 26th, and October the 27th is the second annual Rock Squads meet and greet. On Sunday, October the 27th, we will be having another balloon release for Shanquella Robinson. The one that we done last year was very beautiful, and it was very successful. And I want to send a big salute and a shout out to all of those Rock Squad members that was able to attend the last Rock Squad meet and greet. It's going on 2 years since Shanquella Robinson has lost her life. And to this day, there's no justice. No one has been arrested, even though there's a warrant for the main aggressor. We will be going over the case. I will allow any of you all that would like to join me on the panel. However, the only ones that are allowed to join me on the panel is members only. So if you would like to join me on the panel, you will have to purchase a membership. If you already have a membership to the channel, when I drop the link, and if you would like to come up on the panel, feel free. Once again, the only people that will be able to join me on the panel is those with memberships. So it's been some months. It's been some months. I think it's been about 3 months since I've done a demonstration on the Shanquella Robinson case. Where are we at months later? Many want to know, what is the attorney Sue Ann Robinson doing? Many want to know, has she filed a civil suit? That's like the main question. That's the main question. And I appreciate all of the emails that you guys been sending me. I appreciate all of your DMs, asking me to come live. Appreciate that new membership, Chen. Appreciate that new membership, Chen. And I do believe Beautiful Nightmare grabbed the membership, I believe a couple days ago. So I appreciate the new memberships from Beautiful Nightmare and Chen. Also, we will, have a little roasting going on. Y'all love to roast the old man. And I want to apologize for last night's demonstration. I wasn't able to make last night's demonstration. My body was aching. So I took 2 Tylenol PMs, and the Tylenol PMs, knocked me out. But I was able to see y'all roasting me in the comments, and it's all fair, it's all good. So I just want y'all to know that I will be getting my roast back on y'all. Beautiful Nightmare, Positive Vibes, Jennifer, Tina. I seen all y'all comments when y'all was roasting the old man. Appreciate the new membership, Positive Vibes. Appreciate that new membership, Positive Vibes. Appreciate the new membership, Miss Parker. I hope I don't get sick, because me and Miss Parker had the pleasure of going to Beautiful Nightmare's home, and she cooked dinner. She begged us to come up there. I wasn't gonna go at first. You know what I mean? She begged us to come to her dinner, but like I said, I wasn't gonna go, but me and Miss Parker, we went up to Beautiful anyway. Nah, Tina, but I seen you laughing, Tina, and I seen you co-signing, Tina. So you ain't gonna get out of this one, Tina. I ain't gonna let you get out of this one, Tina. You was right along with him, Tina. I seen the comments when I woke up this morning. But nevertheless, we goes up to, Beautiful Nightmare home and everything, and I will say, her home is beautiful. Her apartment is beautiful. She got some nice, handsome, well-mannered sons, the home was beautiful, and her sons were well-mannered and handsome and everything. You know, the house was clean, the apartment was clean. So, you know, when the food come, right? Now, and I promise y'all, I ain't gonna take up too much of y'all time. Now, everybody knows that I love a chicken box and a half and half, right? And Beautiful knows that I love eating a chicken box and a half and half. Some of y'all might say, well, Shank, what is a chicken box? The chicken box is wings and um French fries. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, yeah, all right. So Beautiful gonna hook me up a chicken box, some wings and fries and everything. So I'm looking at these little ass wings. Matter of fact, they wasn't even wings. I'm thinking I'm getting ready to get some wings. She got these little ass, whatever you want to call it, chicken. I think that they was probably about that big, the full life. I'm sitting up here and I'm saying, and I'm looking at Miss Parker, and I'm like, Miss Parker, what kind of shit is this? What's going on here? You know what I mean? These little ass bird wings. It's like the legs on a bird or the toenails of a bird. She got us eating uh, 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 chicken toenails. That's how small the chicken was. I said, get the hell out of here, you know. So I'm ready to get up and leave, right? Miss Parker was like, no, babe, just sit down, babe, sit down. So I was like, all right. So she start, what else did she give us? Um, um, it was supposed to have been candy yams. Man, those goddamn candy yams were so goddamn hard. I chipped one of my teeth on the goddamn so-called candy yams. I said, Beautiful, you got to do better than this. You got to do better than this. She fed me some candy yams that I chipped my goddamn tooth on. Now, she had something on the plate. I don't know if it was supposed to be homemade macaroni and cheese. Man, that shit looked like she brought that shit straight out of the gas station. Now, I done told y'all. If I haven't told y'all once, I done told y'all twice. Stay out of the gas station eating that gas station food. Yeah. She had the nerve to try to feed me some macaroni and cheese that her ass got from the gas station. Man, when I tell y'all that food was so horrible, I'm like, Lord have mercy. I could get a better meal in prison than what Beautiful Nightmare tried to feed me. So, my advice, if you're ever in town and if Beautiful Nightmare ever invites you to her home for some dinner, run, Forrest, run. Run, Forrest, run. Get the hell up out of there. Oh, and another thing, Beautiful Nightmare, your ass won't be cooking at the meet and greet. All right? um, yeah, but on a serious note, Rock Squad, on a serious note, it's going on 2 years and there's still no justice for Shanquella Robinson. And as much as we laugh and joke, as much as we cut a fool up over here and have fun, the sad reality is that there's no justice for Shanquella Robinson. Shout out to all of the content creators that has, you know, covered the case. Shout out to all of the subscribers. You know, we all have one thing in common. We might disagree on this, we might disagree on that, but all content creators and all subscribers, we all agree and we all want the same thing, and that's justice for Shanquella Robinson. Salute, Mahia. I see you down there, Mahia. Appreciate you for pulling up, Mahia. Salute. Salute, y'all. Now, the last update, I'll start at the last update, and then I'll come up to the current update. I want to catch everybody up. But the last update was Sue Ann Robinson. She made mention. She didn't say that she was going to file a civil suit. She just made mention that that would probably be the next step. Did she file the civil suit yet? To my knowledge, no. No. There's no civil suit filed. Now, like I said, from her last interview, she made mention that the civil suit would most likely be the next step. And in that civil suit, all six of Cabo members would be in that civil suit. Some of us feel like the civil suit won't do anything. Some of us feel like the civil suit will. I still feel the same about the civil suit. I do feel like the civil suit will bring more out pertaining the case than what we already know. The civil suit, in that civil suit, it's from my understanding that they can't face any prison time. It's not like they will be incarcerated or sent to jail or prison, but the civil suit will hold them accountable. I don't understand it myself. I don't understand it because in the O.J. Simpson case, O.J. Simpson, and rest in peace to O.J. Simpson. May O.J. Simpson's soul rest in peace. I'm not his God, so I'm not here to judge him. But the O.J. Simpson trial was, he was found not guilty in the criminal trial, but he was found guilty in the civil suit. I understand it, but I still don't understand it. How is it that in one court he's found not guilty, but then in another court he's found guilty? Now, the Cabo Six, we all know what we saw. We all know. Appreciate that gifted membership, Miss Parker. Appreciate that gifted membership, Miss Parker. We all know what we saw. And we've went over the video thousands of times. And, some of us disagree as far as whether or not that's a man attacking Shanquella, if that's a female attacking Shanquella, or if it's a transformer that's attacking Shanquella. Many of us differentiate. I hope I pronounced it right, but many of us disagree on that. However, we all agree that she didn't agree to the fight. It's just no getting around that. So if she didn't agree to the fight, and if the FBI's reason for not prosecuting any of the Cabo Six here in the States
if she didn't agree to the fight, but the Cabo Six is saying that she did, where do we go from here? What is that to say? What is that to say? Did she agree or not? Now, I've went over this demonstration several times. I've heard other content creators go over the demonstration several times as well. We all know what we saw. We all know what we heard. When you can hear a gentleman saying to her, you could at least fight back. All of us agree that Shanquella said no. Right? Appreciate the new membership, Jamie. Appreciate the new membership, Jamie. So, what is going on? Somebody is trying to pull a fast one over on us. Somebody is trying to run a play, and y'all know I call it a dope fiend move. Somebody is trying to run a dope fiend move because there's no way that we heard Shanquella say no to fighting back. And the FBI, this ain't my words, this is the FBI. The FBI said they're not prosecuting nobody because the travel mates all agree that Shanquella agreed to the fight. Appreciate that super chat, Chen. Chen says, I will be in and out, but I miss you all. We miss you too, Chen, and I'm glad to see you back in action, Chen. I haven't seen you in a while, and I was just wondering, was you okay? So I'm definitely glad to see you. I'm glad to see you all. I'm glad to see you all. I see you out of the storm. I see you. I get emotional. And, you know, I get emotional when it comes to covering the case. I do get emotional. And it took a toll on me. My stress levels was up. You know, I had to, you know, go to the emergency room a couple times behind this. You know, I was on the urge of having a heart attack. My stress levels was up. My cholesterol level was up, all due to this case. So I just wanted to just take a break, you know, and breathe a little bit. But as I said, you know, the emails and the DMs and some phone calls and some text messages, you know, let me know, Shank, you can't let this go. You can't walk away. So I'm just going to do my best. I can't say whether or not I'll, you know, do demonstrations about the Shanquella Robinson case on a regular basis. You know, I'll just play it, you know, as it go. You know, as long as I'm feeling well, then cool. I have no problem. But as I was saying, is Sue Ann Robinson going to file a civil suit in this case? And that's a good question. That's a good question. Why haven't we heard anything lately from the attorney? Why haven't we heard anything lately from the family? Now, I've always spoke highly of the family, and I've always spoke highly of the attorney. And I still will speak highly of the family, and I still will speak highly of the attorney. When it comes to the family, the family did not unalive Shanquella. Her dad, her mom, nor her sister, none of them unalive Shanquella. If her mother and sister had anything to do with the death of Shanquella, then they would have left the cause of death at alcohol poisoning. Right there. There's nowhere in the world that they would have something to do with her death and then turn around and try to fight for justice for her. They would have just left it at alcohol poisoning. Many feel like, well, they're not grieving the loss of Shanquella. How do we know that? How do we know whether or not they are grieving? One thing that I know, one thing I can say, I felt their pain once upon a time in my life, and I still feel their pain. I lost a daughter. I lost a 3-year-old daughter. Now, I want y'all to pay close attention. I've never visited the grave site of my daughter. Up until this day, I only been to my daughter's grave site one time, and that was when she was buried. I never visited her grave site after that. Now, some might say, well, damn, Shank, that's messed up. Somebody say, well, Shank, you visit Shanquella's grave site and you didn't even know her. Somebody say, Shank, you went to funerals and you visit other people's grave site. Why haven't you visit your own daughter's grave site? And I'll tell y'all, it's too much for me. Many of y'all still might have an issue with that. Shank, if it was my daughter, stop right there. I want us to focus on that right there. As I stated, many might say, Shank, if it was my daughter, that's the key point. It's not your daughter. It's not your daughter. And take it from me. Take it from me. Thank God for those that have never lost a child. Thank God that you haven't had to experience that. It will tear you apart. It will rip your heart. It'll rip your soul right out of your body. You'll go through life beating yourself down. You'll go through life feeling like you let your child down. So my way of dealing with it, I cannot go to that grave site. I cannot go and see my baby because it flashes back to her burial all over again. Seeing her casket go down in that hole and then the dirt being dumped on her. I don't never want to see that again. That's my way of dealing with it. Now, when it comes to Shanquella's father, mother, and sister, that's their way of dealing with her death. Let me explain something to y'all. Death, man, the loss of a child, man, it will tear you up. It will tear you up. So, as I've always said, I'll say it again. We have to respect her father, her mother, her sister, and the rest of her family, we have to respect their grieving. This is their grieving time. You know, sure, we could say, if it was me, I wouldn't be on social media doing this. If it was me, I wouldn't be on social media doing that. If it was me, I'd be over in Mexico ripping every office. I'll be here in the United States looking for the Cabo Six. I would be doing this. I would be doing that. You can't say that, because if you go to Mexico and you turn up every office in Mexico, what's that going to prove? If you in the States and you look for the Cabo Six to try to harm them, what's that going to prove? What's that going to prove? It's a process, and I'm going to speak on the process. The process of justice in the United States of America is a long process. Do y'all know that there are innocent men and women that are on death row, but they are not guilty? But it's a long process. There's men and women on death row, been on death row 20, 30 years, and they're guilty. There are men and women in prison right now. My uncle spent 37 years. My uncle spent 37 years in prison for a crime, for a murder that he did not do. For all y'all out there, the investigators, you know, that like to investigate everything, look up Walter Lomax. Walter Lomax is my uncle, Maryland, Baltimore. Look him up. It took him 37 years to prove his innocence. He did 37 years for a murder that he did not commit. So when it comes to the legal process, it takes time. One thing that Sue Ann spoke of in the very beginning, in drop of one, if y'all remember when Sue Ann said this in the very beginning of the case, she said, I said to the family that this is going to be a marathon. Drop of one, if y'all remember Sue Ann saying that. She said, I told the family, this is going to be a marathon race. It's going to be a marathon. A marathon is a long race. It's not something that happens overnight. And even though we all saw a video, of Shanquella being attacked. We got autopsy reports. We have the cause of death as being, I can't remember the word, but y'all remember, y'all know what I'm talking about. The autopsy report was different from what really happened to her. The police report had cause of death, alcohol poisoning. But the autopsy shows something different. Now, can we hold her father, her mother, and her sister responsible for that? See, if we stick to the facts, if we focus on the facts, the assuming and pointing the fingers, all that was stop. It was stop. Now, when Sue Ann came aboard, remember, before Sue Ann came aboard, the family wasn't getting no answers. They wasn't getting the answers from the FBI. They wasn't getting no answers. Simple answers to questions the family wasn't getting until Sue Ann came on board. Now, what did Sue Ann do? Sue Ann followed the proper protocols. She's an attorney. It's protocol that she got to follow. She got to file this. She got to file that. She got to make this move first. Before she could, some people say, well, she should have done a civil suit first. The civil suit wouldn't have been following the proper protocol. Because remember, there's a warrant, right? There's a warrant for one of the travel mates. The warrant wasn't prioritized. So you can't skip over the warrant being prioritized and go straight to a civil suit, because what if you skip over that warrant being prioritized and you go straight to the civil suit? The warrant covers the criminal side of it, the warrant. Whereas though the civil suit, if she would have skipped over that warrant and went straight to the civil suit, then she would have missed out on the opportunity of whoever is in that warrant being prosecuted. So she followed the proper protocol. Let's push the warrant first. Okay? Now, the warrant didn't clap back. Not the warrant, the FBI investigating somebody. Right? Now, when the FBI, when it comes back that the FBI wasn't going to prosecute anybody, what was the next move? Getting the warrant prioritized. Now, imagine if she would have skipped over the FBI getting them prosecuted. Imagine if she would have skipped over the warrant being prioritized and went straight to the civil suit. The civil suit, right? All right. Let's talk about Ben Crump. Let's talk about Ben Crump. Ben Crump was never the attorney. Ben Crump was never the attorney. They sought out Ben Crump. How's my audio, y'all? How's my audio? Drop a 1 if my audio is good. And I will be dropping the link. I will be dropping the link in a few more minutes. Once again, only those with memberships to the platform. Only those that have memberships I will allow to join me on the panel. So if you know you didn't purchase a membership to the platform, please don't hit the link. But for those that are members, those that brought memberships to the channel, if y'all want to join me on the panel, feel free to click the link. Now we talking about Ben Crump. People bash Ben Crump. Right? Appreciate that gifted membership, Ms. Parker. Right? Ben Crump was never the attorney. Ben Crump was never representing them. They sought out Ben Crump, but because the money, right? Ben Crump gave it to Sue Ann Robinson to represent. Now, did Sue Ann do any justice for the case? What did Sue Ann Robinson do to help the case? I'm going to focus on two things that Sue Ann Robinson accomplished? Two things. The first thing that Sue Ann accomplished, she went to Mexico on a fact-finding mission. Right? How many of y'all remember the fact-finding mission that Sue Ann went on? Right? That was the first accomplishment. Right? And then the second accomplishment, even though there were many accomplishments that Sue Ann accomplished in this case, but I'm just dealing with two. The second one was Nancy Grace invited Sue Ann on to her platform. And what did Sue Ann do when she got on Nancy Grace's platform? And notice, Nancy Grace gave Sue Ann the utmost respect. How many of y'all remember that? She gave Sue Ann the utmost respect. Now, let's fast forward. Where are we at today? As of today, no one has been arrested for the death of Shanquella Robinson. As of today, Dejanay Jackson has not been arrested. Dejanay Jackson has not been detained. Dejanay Jackson has not been booked in any facility. The warrant still hasn't been prioritized. As of today, the case of Shanquella Robinson is still open. They never closed the case. Remember, that's the reason that they give Sue Ann why they can't release the paperwork to Sue Ann. This is the FBI talking. If I'm wrong, somebody in the chat correct me. So that's how you know the case is still open. I had Andre the Advocate on the channel a few times. He said they're telling them the opposite of what they are releasing to the media. They're telling one side that the case is closed, but the other side, they're saying the case is still open. That's why they won't release the paperwork to Sue Ann Robinson. None of this is made up. All this is facts. Once again, none of this is made up. All this is facts. I'll drop the link. Feel free to join me on the panel. Salute to everyone that just pulled up. I'm not saluting individually. The chat is just too much going on in the chat. So if there's anything that y'all would like to say, if you are a member to the platform, feel free to join me on the platform, on the channel. If it's anything that you would like to say as far as a comment, if it's a question that you would like for me to answer, please purchase a super chat and I will answer your question. I will read your comment. I hope everyone is doing fine. For my roasters, now I took it easy on Beautiful Nightman. Now, for this subscriber that's called Negative Vibe, Positive Vibes. For this subscriber called Negative Vibes, leave me alone, Negative Vibes. Leave me alone, Negative Vibes. I took it easy on Beautiful Nightman. with that garbage ass chicken and macaroni and cheese. And I ain't forgot you, Tina. So Tina and Positive Vibes, leave me alone. Still justice for Shanquella Robinson.
Thank your old bald head, Mr. Clifford Red looking ass, short ass up here want to try to goddamn roast me about my food, but you had seconds. Tell the people the damn truth.
Salute, beautiful.
Nah, don't salute me trying to get me back. Tell the
What?
truth. Tell the truth.
What you mean tell the truth?
Tell the truth. Trying to roast me about my food, but you had seconds. Tell the truth.
I ain't want to hurt your feelings.
Oh, Mr. Clean Red ass. Nah, I don't want to hear it.
I ain't want to hurt your feelings, beautiful.
Y'all, this bald head short nigga came in my house. He ate all that food and he lying to y'all. And I just came up here to tell y'all that. Talking about he ain't want to hurt my feelings. He lying.
That's the only reason why you came up here?
Yep.
Wow.
I'm not about to play with you today. I'm about to finish my drink and roll my blunt.
Somebody said that chicken was from the dollar store. From General, the Dollar General. They said the chicken was from the Dollar General.
The chicken and the ribs was from Sam's Club. Everything was homemade.
That big ass piece of rib that Miss Parker ate. I kept looking at Miss Parker like, if you don't put that damn rib down.
Shank, you a hater. You just a hater.
Miss Parker greedy, so Miss Parker gonna eat any damn thing. She greedy.
See how you do? See how you doing, you sis? That's a damn shame. It's all good, shaky leg. That's
It's
why
all
them
good.
knees. That's why them knees can't make it up them steps. It's all good.
That's all right. Had us taking out your damn trash.
You offered, I let you do it. It got
Somebody said
filled up cooking for y'all.
somebody
Shit.
said your food tastes like rubber.
No, it don't. Stop playing, Shank. Stop playing. Y'all better get Mr. Red Clifford ass. Shank, I'm getting ready to send you some more olive oil though, so you can buff that head of yours, okay?
Is Negative Vibes coming to the meet and greet? She only 2 hours away.
I hope she coming. Cause we gonna get your ass in person.
Ask Negative Vibes if she coming.
That is not negative vibes. That is positive vibes. She is
She
positive.
don't never say nothing that's positive.
Yes, she do.
Only thing she say is good demonstration, right? That's it. She don't never do nothing that's positive. Her ass don't never hit the panel. She don't never show her face. That's all she do. Good demonstration, right?
Well, she do what she's supposed to do in the chat. And
She's
that's
only 2 hours away. If you are 2 hours or less, I would like to see you at this second annual Rock Squad meet and greet. If it's nothing but to come to the balloon release, and that'll be Sunday. I
y'all
know
come
Jamie.
on.
I know Jamie will be there.
Positive, come on, positive, cause we gonna egg Shank. We gonna
I
egg
know
him. We gonna
Jamie
throw
gonna be
balloons
there
at him.
dancing. Jamie gonna be there dancing like she ain't got no damn sense.
This time you gonna be the one looking like you ain't got no sense, cause I'm finna get you. I'm finna get some water balloons, a pie.
Jamie
All
gonna be
that.
there dancing till 5 o'clock in the morning. So I know Jamie coming.
It's BYOB. Bring your own bottles.
Bring your own bottles.
Yes.
So make sure everybody put that on their calendar. At least come to the balloon release for Shanquella. That will be Sunday, October the 27th. at least make it to the balloon release for Shanquella Robinson. That will be October the 27th.
Shank, that shirt too tight. You need to get a bigger size.
All right, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Look, that's a good one. I was supposed to go to the barbershop today. I ain't get a chance to do nothing because we came to see you.
Well, it was a trip that was worth it.
Nah, it really wasn't. It really wasn't.
Me and Miss Parker had a good time, so that's all that matters.
That's the only good thing that came out of it. Lord have mercy.
Hello.
Hey, positive.
Hey, beautiful. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm on my way in the car driving. Shit, you gonna start roasting me now down there.
Lord have mercy. Hey, everybody, it's Negative Vibes. Look.
See how he do?
Yep.
Lord have mercy.
It's okay, Baldy. We gonna let you have your night.
What's up,
We
Positive
sure
Vibes?
is.
What's up, Positive Vibes?
Y'all hear me? Hello?
There she go, beautiful.
Can y'all hear me?
You gonna get off positive now. Positive, your service is nervous.
It is. I'm down here
Coming up.
driving in the country.
You coming to the meet and greet, Positive?
I'm gonna try to come shake so I can roast you.
That means she ain't coming, beautiful. That means she ain't coming. You coming, beautiful? Beautiful won't be cooking.
Shank, don't start your shit.
So for everybody that want to know who's cooking, it won't be Beautiful Nightmare.
It won't be nobody. We having it catered.
Oh, y'all gonna get it catered?
Ain't
What
nobody about to risk setting their hair on fire on the grill again.
what are some other activities that you and Miss Parker been thinking about doing?
Well, we know we said we was gonna do the 80s, 90s party, which I think was gonna be Saturday night, and Friday night I think it was just gonna be like game night.
So we're gonna have a game night.
And an 80s, 90s party. So everybody put on your 80s, 90s gear.
So make sure y'all get a 80s or 90s outfit, and make sure y'all know how to play spades. I don't want nobody sitting down at the spades table that don't know how to play. Make sure y'all know how to play chess. Make sure y'all know how to play checkers.
Shank, who finna be playing checkers?
Huh?
Who about to be playing checkers? Out of storm.
Out the Storm said he want to play checkers.
I'm just trying to figure out who gonna be playing checkers. Nobody plays checkers, Shank.
They don't.
No, that's old people stuff. That's up your alley.
Oh. 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 So I'm old now.
Yeah. It is what it is, Shank. Just embrace it.
What's the legal age of old? What age would you consist of being old?
Well, based off what you said to me earlier, watch my back. My back. I'm gonna have to say at least 50 or older, cause your back was messed up. That's why you was slobbing in some more shit last night, cause you took them Tylenols for your back and went to bed.
Or you gonna use what I gave you to? All right, I know not to. I know not to tell your ass nothing else no more.
You want roast
Yeah,
meat? Let's talk about it. That's why you was slobbing in some more shit. Me and Miss Parker had to pick up your slack last night.
y'all see my 6-pack?
Y'all see that good? That too small t-shirt, just like that big red Clifford sexy red tank top he had on.
Look at Abdul talking about Shank don't play with beautiful.
Thank
Abdul,
you,
you make sure
Abdul.
you come to the meet and greet.
Oh, here goes Shank.
Abdul says that ain't a 6-pack, it's just belly.
Tell him, Abdul. What you thinking about, Shank? We gonna get you some bigger t-shirts for the meet and greet, okay? We can't have
Y'all
you
gonna
out
give me
there
some
looking like
bigger
that.
t-shirts. Can we get a GoFundMe started for Shank bigger t-shirts? Can I get a GoFundMe going for some bigger t-shirts for me?
Y'all please hit that cash app. He needs some bigger t-shirts.
I need some bigger t-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna go back up to a 3X and a 4X.
Just don't wear that sexy red tank top again.
Don't wear the sexy red tank top.
Mm-mm. You was looking like Miss Clifford.
I would look like Mr. Clifford. Ain't that something?
Well, shaky leg, I'm finna drop down. I've been drinking since y'all was here, so I'm finna chill out and smoke my little blunt.
All right. Thank you, Chicken Leg. I appreciate you.
Don't play with me, Shank. Next time you come, I'm put a laxative in your damn food.
Thank you, gas station macaroni and cheese.
Don't play with me, Shank. It's okay. Take that small t-shirt off, okay? Then talk to me.
Abdul and Eye of the Storm waiting for you down there in the chat.
Oh, hell. Okay. I see y'all in the chat. Bye-bye.
Y'all know how we do over here. We mix it up with a little laughter because for those that have been deep rooted into the Shanquella Robinson case, many, including myself, many have shed tears. I can go back to, especially over here with us, we used to be up all night long. We would be doing 8-hour demonstrations, 9-hour, 10-hour demonstrations, and we would be crying. We would be emotional because we know what we saw. We know what we saw, and we disagree on the cause. We've all had our disagreements on what caused it. Salute, Marie.
Hey Shane, I just came up to ask one question. How are you?
I'm doing great now that you're up here.
I just want to ask one question. Being that Shanquella Robinson lawyer is Miss Sue Robinson, why can't she just get the paperwork from the FBI? Why is they restricting her from getting the paperwork if she is their lawyer?
Because the case, according to them, the case is still open, and by law, they don't have to release the paperwork because the case is still open. Now, by law, if the case is closed, then they have to release the paperwork.
Even if she is their lawyer, Shank.
Even if she is their lawyer, their attorney.
So can anybody else besides her get it? Well, I guess it goes right back to the lawyer thing, right?
Right. Now, I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure. Maybe if we got some legal experts that's out there, maybe they can clear that up as far as is it anyone else besides Sue that can get the paperwork?
What about the judge?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because with the FBI stating that they're not going to press charges or they're not going to prosecute anyone, that is another that's another part of excuse me, y'all. That's another part of the system. Okay, Mel says which judge? Which judge would you be referring to, Marie?
I have no idea because I know nothing about um the law, but I was just asking the question, can a judge um how you say want to pull to give the paperwork to the lawyer or for him or for that judge to get it? I have no idea, so I can't really say about anything about justice because I know nothing. But I'm just asking a question.
Right. And see, by nobody being prosecuted, by them not bringing any charges up against anybody, there's no judge.
Mm. So
There's
that's
no judge in this case.
so the paperwork will still be just sitting there, rotting there, and waiting as we wait, right?
Right. Now, it's two reasons why, it could be two reasons why they, is playing it the way they play it. It could be a bigger conspiracy that's going on. It could be, something else that's going on, and they don't want to release the paperwork because, of course, if they release the paperwork, then they're going to give up everything that's in that paperwork. Now, if it's a conspiracy, if it's something that they're going after a bigger fish, if they're going after other people, then they definitely don't want to get that paperwork up to nobody.
You
Now,
just
I will say that I agree. If there's a conspiracy, if there's something else out there that they are investigating and they're trying to bring it all in under this case, nah, they don't want to give up that paperwork
you
at
just
all.
answer you just answered my next question because that was the question I was gonna ask. Is there, is there a reason? Maybe there is a reason why they doing it because the bigger fish is that's inside the justice system maybe got some type of conspiracy. This is the reason why because they know that, right?
Right. Many people feel like that, Marie, and I agree with them. Many people feel that, Shank, they going after, somebody else. There's a possibility they going after somebody else. Woody woo 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 woo. And I agree with it. I said, okay, that's a good point. I agree. It could be a bigger fish. It could be something else going on. I agree.
Mm. Because according to what we know and what we hear is that they have family members that's inside the justice system in which in which I'm not saying that is true. I'm just saying according to what we know and what we hear that somebody's inside the justice system is family to to the couple six that's making everything be put on hold. And for some parent reason, by the grace of God, they might the FBI might know that, so maybe they trying to set them up in which and or either they already know and somebody inside there will fall right along with all the couple six because of the conspiracy. I don't know, I'm just asking the
I
question.
I can believe that. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. There are several content creators as well as a lot of subscribers that mentioned that brought that to my attention, and I co-signed it. I said I could believe that. I could believe that.
Because the weight and the leniency of the family and the heartache and pain is just well too much for the family, and and it's letting everybody besides the family know that they don't give two craps about Shanquella getting any type of justice, right?
Right, right. Like I said, I know it was Cafe Knowledge and a couple other content creators as well as subscribers that felt that way, that said that, and I said I can agree. I didn't disagree. I said I can agree.
That's what I wanted to ask. That's why I came up to ask you those questions. And Miss Parker, my beautiful queen, thank you for the gift. And for you, Saint, my brother Saint, thank you.
You
That's
welcome and thank you. Thank you. I really
all.
appreciate you.
All right. I'm gonna go back down.
All right. Thank you, Marie.
Mm,
A lot of, like I said, one thing that I can say about the Shanquella Robinson case, one thing I can say about it all, from me and the other content creators and the subscribers, one thing that we all gotta admit, it made us all think. It made us all research. It made us all do our homework. It made us all think. And it brought us all together, whether we disagreed or not, whether we scratched with each other and argued, it still brought us all together. And to me, that's the beauty. That was the beauty. Even though it was a sad case, even though it's a sad situation, but the Shanquella Robinson case brought us all together. It brought us all together. And we all was fighting for the same cause. And that's the justice for Shanquella Robinson. It's so much to talk about. We was talking about the autopsy report. We were talking about the police report. We was talking about the warrant. We was talking about the charge, femicide. We was talking about the video. We were talking about it all. Not just me, all the other content creators, all the other subscribers. We all in the Shanquella Robinson sector, we all was putting work in because, as I said it before, we all shared the one common goal, and that was to get justice for Shanquella. As I said before, the road to justice, the road to justice has always been a long process. Carly says, no one truly gets away with anything. Mel says, right. So not only are there facts, but also we can't shy away from the possible conspiracy. Maybe that's why her case is stagnant. And I agree, Mel. One thing when it comes to Nazia, the one thing that all the content creators and all the subscribers agree with when it comes to Nazia. Nazia said it's deeper than what we know. It's deeper than what we think. Appreciate that super chat, Trelane. Trelane says, it seems like Ben Crump and his assistants don't care about justice for Quilla. They only care about the next viral case. Shaking my head. Now, I've heard that. Even though I disagree, Trelane, but you're not the only one, Trelane, that feels that way. And who am I? Who am I to go and shoot down what the next person believes? Now, we can chop it up about it, but that's your right. And I will say, Trelane, you're not the only one that feels this way. Trelane is not the only one that feels this way about Ben Crump. I don't feel that way, but Trelane, along with a lot of other folks, feels it seems like Ben Crump and his assistants don't care about justice for Quilla. They only care about the next viral case. If you feel that way, drop a 1. And it's okay if you feel that way. We all are not going to feel the same way. We're not all going to agree. Mel says, but Ben Crump was never on her case. So we got Trelane, along with a lot of other folks that feel like Ben Crump was only in it for the money. But we got Mel that's saying Ben Crump was never on her case. And this is true. He was never on her case. Salute, Raw. I see you, Raw. Appreciate you for pulling up, Raw. I see everybody. Salute. Mel says he got them in the White House. How do y'all feel about that? How do y'all feel about that? Ben Crump got him in the White House. And I will say, in the defense of those that feel that way, I understand. I understand why y'all feel Ben Crump, Sue is not doing nothing. But as I stated before, it's let me see. Let me look at. I don't think you're blocked. Let me look at my block list. I'll take Positive Vibe. Positive Vibe says he got them in the White House, but nothing happened. After that, that will be important to the case and some answers to what really. Salute, Mel.
Hey, Shank, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just came up for a second because I'm braiding my hair. But so I think okay. So Ben Crump got them in the White House. He did that as a favor to Sue Ann. But I guess because he spoke, everybody thought that he was on the case, but he's not. He had already advised I think Mr. Robinson, I believe it was, I'm almost positive, that he didn't do international cases. Because the most important thing to remember is that Ben Crump and Sue Ann Robinson are civil attorneys. So their job is to find civil liability. So, well, I'm quite sure in Sue Ann's fact finding mission, she was looking for civil liability in Mexico, but nothing in Mexico caused Shanquella's deceased, death. So that's why I say, okay, well, I'll go for a civil suit against the travel mates because there's no culpability of anyone else. There's no culpability of the Mecklenburg Police Department. So the most obvious will be the travel mates because who else they can hold? Maybe the doctor in Mexico, and I don't know. But that's what they are. They're civil attorneys, but I think people, a lot of subscribers, I would say, are looking at it as Sue Ann Robinson is trying to charge the Cabo Six or bring them to justice, but she's not doing that. That's not her job. That's the job of the DOJ because she's not, Janquella's not the criminal. So that makes Sue Ann Robinson not a defense attorney. So she's not trying anyone in court. She's strictly looking for civil liability and helping the family navigate through the international process. So Ben Crump helped them get into to Washington to present their side, but basically there's really nothing else that she's doing except for you know you know thinking of possible civil liability, right? And that just kind of results in compensation for the family. But that's about it, right? So I think if we can get out of our head that she's not responsible for the couple 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, however many. She's not responsible for bringing them to justice. That's up to the FBI. And so her getting the file from them is strictly for liability because at the end of the day, that probably won't be able to be determined until the FBI finishes. And what it was making me thinking, I was remember watching the lead attorney one day. He was talking about when he was an attorney in Mexico and how he was representing someone, and they gave him a retainer. And so the retainer is for was paying him for all the things that he did. But after a while, those retainers run out. So you can't continue to do stuff, because the more you do, the more money it costs. If you call your attorney, they charge you by the hour. But I think as far as the civil part, there's not too much like on a daily basis or even a monthly basis or a weekly basis that Sue can do because at the end of the day, I believe that it's still an open investigation into the conspiracy, and that's just how I feel about it.
And that's, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's what the holdup as far as the FBI not releasing the paperwork to Sue Ann because they're saying that the investigation is still open because they
Mm-hmm.
know if they close the case, then by law they got to release that paperwork to Sue Ann.
Yeah, by the law, once they close it by law, anybody can get it.
Fun, memories, friendship. We're here for all of them. Here for the big moments,
But
and the small ones too.
for them to release it to her, But maybe that was her, trying to speed up her part of the process quicker by
Right.
looking at their paperwork and trying to establish, you know, civil liability there. I'm not saying that is what it is, but that's just what I'm thinking. But by them not releasing it, maybe they're keeping names and situations and they're part of the investigation, under wraps. And unfortunately, we can't blame them. And they're
Right.
definitely not been shared with the public. So we can hang that up, right?
Right. Right.
But I just think that, through just, retracking, backtracking, and just listening to stuff I've never heard before, I have a whole different perspective of things,
Right.
You feel me? Yes.
I feel
It,
you. You know, I feel
it's
you.
weird. But, you know, to me, I think a lot with me is I say that I just don't think they can identify all them people that was there over there. I just don't think so.
You think that's what a problem is? They can't
I
identify 'em?
I think, yeah, I think that because they only mentioned three names and two of the names was in the police report. Where did those other names come from? I know
Which
where the
one?
names came from. Where did the pictures come from? Who put all that stuff on the internet without really verifying that that was the actual people? I was very surprised to see someone else with my first name and maiden last name, and my first name and married last name. But there's a few. Do you know how many people share the same first and last name? So who
It-
actually identified them?
It's
See, we
like
saw
about
this.
20
We
people
saw
that got the same name I got.
exactly. We saw a list from Cabo with some names on it, but did we see any driver's license pictures or passport pictures that say that's that person? So where did those pictures come from? Where did the identity of those people come from? They never said it on the news. So where did that information come from? It came from you, Shane.
Right.
It came from Miss Parker. It came from Black and Cafe and Ron and the other lady, I can't think of her name, I'm sorry, and from Star and from
Hollywood
Danny.
Naps,
Yeah, and from Danny.
Danny,
Those pictures came
Danny,
from all of y'all.
PM Channel,
PM. Those pictures came from all of y'all.
Carolina Child,
Exactly. But who identified those people?
the whole lot of them.
But the news never said that. That's national. That's factual.
All
So,
Natural Beauty, All Natural Beauty,
all natural beauty, and all of y'all gave identified those names with those pictures. How do y'all know those people? I took it deep, right?
yeah, you're right.
As always.
You're right. I mean,
You know my question always gonna be my question. I
salute
want to
Nikki.
know.
Salute Nikki Lynn, Miss Jams. I see y'all. Zena. Salute everybody. I see y'all down there. Salute.
Who
Gerald.
identified those people?
Gerald from NCP.
Gerald Jackson. Yep. He put some pic. All of y'all identified those people. All of y'all identified those people except for actual national news media. Even that man that went up to that person's job, he never said that person's name, did he?
Ty Sykes said North Carolina Beat dropped the names first. He did.
But those are names.
Right.
But who identified the people that went with those names? Do you know how many people might share those names? I bet you Google it. You might see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. At least highest in the world.
Salute Sabrina. Salute Sabrina. Salute Carly. I see y'all, Ty Sykes. I see everybody down there. Salute.
Right? So
Right.
Shanquella passed away. So who identified those people? The family didn't know them. So who identified them?
Good point.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying that, I'm not stirring the pot.
No,
I'm
you
just saying.
making good points. You making good points.
I'm just saying nobody identified them.
Ty
So
Sykes said they was names of the actual people that claimed to have been there. Miss
right,
James.
but the pictures of the images of the people.
Okay, let me take one more comment. Miss James says he had the passports, but who did he get it from?
And who told him those was those people?
Salute Tracy. Salute Tracy. I see you, Tracy.
Who physically saw those people?
Ross says they went to her mom's house.
They couldn't even. Do I need? Okay, if I could tell you guys where to go and listen to this information, and you would see that they got the pictures. The sister said, "Wait, that don't look like the people that came here.
Right.
Come through." It's those little nuances. Those are the things that I listen to. I'm left-handed, and somebody reminded me that we listen on the we everything operates on the left side of the brain. So sometimes people that's right-handed things always seem right, but actually on the left-hand side of your brain, that's a deeper thought process. So that's all my process. That's the way I listen to stuff. I listen to stuff while I'm going to sleep, so I don't have any visuals of who's saying it or anything. I just want to hear. And that's when I hear clearly.
You got good points, Mel.
But again, I'm not throwing salt in the game. I'm just saying there's not one national news outlet in this country that positively identified those people, said their names out loud, and put pictures to put those names. That came from all y'all folks on all y'all content creators on YouTube. Well, who started that?
True.
Because I want to know how they identified them. They know those people. I'm just saying. Who identified them? That was just like our meet and greet, and well, no, I think we had already saw icons, so no, that won't work. But I'm just saying, that's just like what's her name? Who you say don't show her face? That's like positive vibes showing up at your house. They'll be like, "Who is this?" And she said, "I'm positive vibe," and you be like, "What? What you gonna do?"
Right.
I'm just saying.
Right.
You gonna be looking, but you gonna be scared, a little skeptical. Like, what's your real name?
And it's negative vibes, Mel, not positive. It's negative vibes. But I get
See,
your point.
see that how you switch them
Yeah.
letters around?
Yeah.
See how you switch those doggone acronyms around and turn positive into negatives?
Yeah.
That's like DHAEJAEA. What's that? Deject. I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Hey, Abdul, go ahead with all that, Abdul. Go ahead with all that, Abdul. Oh, I'm gonna sit you down with beautiful nightmare, Abdul. I'm gonna send you a beautiful nightmare to my office, Abdul. But you're right though, Mel. Yeah, I mean, good point. I mean, you know,
I'm just saying. Again, not throwing salt on anybody's game. I'm just saying. Maybe that's our hold up. Hold up. Oh, me? That's me, but I wasn't in Mexico. I don't know them. Who? I'm stop. I'm tripping now. All right, Shank, I'm finna get out my bag.
I appreciate you, Mel.
As always. I still want to know who was that came to that house. Was that Dejanay or Angel Reese though? I'm gonna stop. I'm finna go.
It's. Let me ask you this, Mel. Have
Hmm.
have and for everybody else in the chat, y'all can answer this question as well. Everybody in the chat can answer this question as well. Do y'all still feel as though that's, well, let me backtrack. Drop a 1 if you think that that's Dejanay attacking Shanquella. Drop a 2 if you think that it's a transformer. Mel, your opinion on it.
Okay,
Go ahead.
listen, but that's not where I'm going with that.
I know
Listen
where
to
you're
the
going.
whole thing. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that person attacking her name one Dejanay. You know, with the funny consonants DHA that you got to figure out what they say. It could be the he ha they couldn't even say it. Oh, that's Dejanay. Oh, Dejanay. Oh, okay. Now I'm not saying that wasn't the person that was attacking Shanquella. I don't know. I just want to know, did she look like a she when she came to the house because you called her that from the video? So that's just another way of identifying somebody. If they didn't, like you going to the club, let me see your ID, right? So don't take away the fact that if they said that person's name was Dejanay, and the concierge said that was Dejanay that attacked Shanquella in the video. I'm not saying that wasn't.
Come on up, Nikki.
I just want to know who identified anybody.
Come on up, Nikki Lynn. And remember, only those that have memberships to the channel can join me on the panel. Come on up, Nikki. If you have a membership, you'll know if you got a membership because your name will be in green. Your name will be in green. And for the moderators, you will see a S. You'll see a S. Nikki says, stay up here, Mel. So if you see your name in green, you are a member and you can hit the panel if you would like to. Or if you see that S with a circle around it from a moderator. Sabrina says, Mexico know who they are, so does the U.S. And I think, come on, Mel.
I believe her. No, I believe her. I think by now they know. I really do.
Okay. Miss Jam says, what she's saying is mom says something about DJ as he or she. But the question is, mom, what did she look like when she came to the house?
Absolutely. No, not mom, sister. Because when you saw on the video, you referred to her as a she looking thing. So did she look like a she when she came to your house? Because you never described her after that. You told what his name when he sent you them pictures. That don't look like the girl that came here. But that's the picture he posted as Dejanay. I see. What I'm saying is that if you go back and find old, like really old stuff, and listen, but don't look at the video. You have to listen, because sometimes when you're looking at the video, you're distracted. But sometimes when you're just listening and not looking, I listen. That's how I go to sleep at night. I just find an old video and I put my earbuds in and I just listen, and I hear so much stuff by listening and not being distracted by the red cup and all the other hand gestures and all that stuff. I don't see that. I just hear the conversations. And that was in the conversation. I'm not making it up. Those don't look like the people that came here, but them the people you posted. Ask those people.
Mel.
What?
Let me let Nikki, my bad. Let me let Nikki jump in because I need to go to something, but I'm gonna keep y'all up on the panel. Jump in real quick, Nikki.
Hey Mel, hey Shank, hey
Salute,
Hey, Nikki
everyone
Nikki.
in the
Liz.
chat.
Long time.
Right, Mel. Mel. How many times we been down this road?
I'm not gonna.
Okay,
You know what? I got the facts, and if I need to go
okay.
find that video, I'm gonna go
Nope.
find it, and I'm gonna.
Before you find the video, I
Mhm.
just want to know, what are you getting at? Let's start there. What are you getting at?
We're talking about the holdup of the case, and I have said
O-
months ago. I believe it
Okay, I
may.
thought you were talking about
Why did?
Dejanay being a he, she. But okay, we're talking about the holdup of the case. That's where you want to start?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
I said that from the holdup could be maybe they need to identify the people that was there because where did that information come from? It
Okay,
came,
let's start right there. Where
and
did
when
that
you talk,
information come from?
let me drop down and find the video, and I'm gonna show you where it came from.
Okay, but before you drop down and find the video, let's
I got
start
the
with the
answer.
facts. Let's start
Wait,
with
wait,
what
hold
we
on.
know.
Wait, give me a second. And this is just what I said before I came up. Yes, there are facts, but there's also a conspiracy. So we've been dealing with the facts for damn near 2 years.
You the conspiracy.
Okay, no,
You might be entering all the
Shane,
conspiracies.
I'm finna drop down and find that video and send it to you so you can look through it.
Okay, while Mel
And
looking for the video, I'm gonna
I don't
tell
even
y'all
wait. You know
how we
what?
know the people that was there.
Wait,
Mel, the
who said
sign-in
wait?
sheet, the concierge, the
The who?
concierge. It was produced in the information packet that Sue Ann sent to the president.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that information packet? Remember that sign-in sheet that you
Give me a
guys been
sec.
going back and forth
Yeah, give me a
over
second.
forever? And line one
Nikki
with the
Lynn,
missing name.
I know that they were
Okay.
names on a piece of paper on a sign-in sheet, but who identified those people?
Okay, so you want to go
Wait. Let
by
me.
who
I got
identified them?
no. I got to drop
Okay,
down
go
and get
here.
the video.
Oh my, okay. Hi, Marie.
Hey, hey, how are you? That's Nikki.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Okay, so we talking about who identified the people that was on the sign-in sheet that the concierge produced. He did, as well as the video. All the videos that they produced that was in Shanquella's phone, they helped identify the people that was on the sign-in sheet and the video. Marty says also the police. So the staff that was there, the sign-in sheet, and the video helped identify those people that was there. Okay, Tina says Gerald Jackson identified them all because he had the passport and the school pictures. I agree. That was corroborating evidence that helped support the sign-in sheet, what we saw on the videos, as well as the staff members.
Okay, I came back up to ask another question. If they hire a attorney for the law and for her getting expired, then they could turn that over to they could. I'm asking a question because I don't know. They could turn the paper over to that that type of lawyer
If
if they
they could, let me make sure I follow you, Ruben. If they
okay
hire an attorney for the law,
right.
Sue Ann Robinson is an attorney of the law. So what are you asking? Because okay, so let me put it into clear terms for you. I don't know if you understand this. Okay, right now there is only one person identified as the main aggressor, which is Dejanay.
Mm-hmm.
Dejanay can, she may or she may not, we don't know. She can have an attorney. If she has an attorney, she would be the only one identified as a defendant in this case because she's the only one with a warrant. For that reason and that reason only, the FBI, the State Department, the DOJ, if they had to turn over any evidence, any exculpatory evidence, they will only have to give it to the defendant and her attorney. And that would be considered Dejanay's attorney, the main aggressor. They do not have to give it to any of the other five that was there because they're not named as aggressors. They're not named as defendants. They don't have a warrant for their arrest. Now, Sue Ann represents the family. Sue Ann and the advocates and anyone else working on that case, they represent the family in a civil capacity only. So they're not representing the family as criminal attorneys. So the FBI do not have to give any of their investigative packet to Sue Ann, which is why they have not. So it does not matter if the Robinson family obtain a different lawyer because they're going to have the same roadblocks. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. So now you understand what I was saying. I was thinking of, because Suanne Robinson is what you call uh a civil. I was thinking of a regular attorney lawyer in which the criminal case. But I guess, like you said, she's both. She is the lawyer, so she can handle both of those, right?
So she has handled criminal cases. So it would be a misnomer to try and identify her as a civil attorney only. She's representing this family in a civil matter. But the reason she's not a criminal attorney in this case, because the Robinson family isn't being charged with anything criminal. She does not have to represent them in a criminal matter. She's representing them in a civil matter under Ben Crump, which is what he does when they usually go after, the government or entities where they sue. So it does not matter if they seek out another attorney. Any other attorney still will not be representing them in a criminal matter because they aren't criminals. They're not the defendants. The only defendant identified in this case right here would be the main aggressor. So far, coming out of Mexico, who they identified as Dejanay Jackson. And
Okay.
so I'm seeing them, some of the comments, and Ty Sykes. I'm sorry, Ty. I don't know if you're male or female, but hello. Says Sue Ann Robinson doesn't do criminal cases anymore, only civil litigation cases now. Check her law page. Even if that's the case, because I'm not disputing that that's a fact or a non-fact, it doesn't really matter. It still stands that the family isn't being charged with anything, so she's not representing them criminally at all. And it does not matter if they get another attorney because the FBI, the State Department, the DOJ still does not have to turn over their exculpatory evidence, their investigative package, or anything to anyone except the defendant in the case.
But why, Nikki? Why should the aggressor uh 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 gets all that paperwork in which the family of Shanquella Robinson should be able to get that to fill in the justice for her? I don't know.
Because as a defendant, you have a right to a defense. So if somebody charges you with a crime, Marie, you have a right to put on an absolute great defense. You have a right for an attorney to defend you. So any information they found in the investigation, they're supposed to turn over to your attorney so they can see what evidence they have against you. So you have the right to defend yourself. So that's part of the law,
Yeah,
but they don't have to turn it over to the family.
but see, that right there will make whatever paperwork that they have, they would try to, you know, um, make sure that the family does not get that type of justice because the person who did that to him probably got it, and they could try to do something with the paperwork in order for St. Quella to not get justice. I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
No, that's not how it works, Marie. I mean,
Oh, okay.
obviously, for the most part, which is exactly what happened, you don't want cases being tried in the public. But I mean, that happens all the time. John Q. Public, we see these cases, we decide whether or not someone is guilty or innocent based on the evidence that we know. It's not how it works. You don't, the prosecution, they'll tell the family, well, we're working to get the best, results for you that we can. But to be quite honest, the prosecution doesn't work for the family. So they don't work for the Robinsons. They work for the people. When you're
But
being charged with a crime, it's because you broke the law. You broke the law in a state, you broke the law in a country. The prosecution works for the people. They don't work for the family.
but if something happened to somebody in their family, shouldn't they work for us? They should be for us. They're a lawyer. I don't get it. I don't
So they
understand.
don't work. The prosecution, the state's attorney, the DA does not work for you. They work for the people. They work for the state. So they're trying to get justice because you broke a law in that state or in that country. They don't work for you per se, the family. Now, what we will do is we'll give you an advocate, a family advocate to represent your best interest, to talk for you, to say what you would like to have happen. They'll, say, well, you know, um, Miss Marie, we're going to try and get you justice. What would you like to have happen? But you have to understand, even when those conversations occur, they would like to take what you want into consideration, but that will not always happen. You may want the death penalty, but they may come back to you and say, Miss Marie, we had to offer this person a proffer. And in order for that to occur, we needed this person to tell us everything that happened. We needed them to give us of the all of I'm sorry, I'm drawing a block. We need them to give us everything that they did in this crime so we can find the body. So for that reason, we took um the capital punishment off the table per se. So we don't the prosecution does not work for the family, if I'm making sense. So I'm saying that again, once again, DOJ, they do not work for the Robinsons and Sue Ann and Crump and anybody on their legal team is there in a civil capacity. And they went to Mexico. My understanding is on a fact finding mission to try to get as much evidence as they can to push or move the case forward.
Okay, so what? I mean, I don't know. It should be a lawyer to where, even though um Miss Sue Ann Robinson is the lawyer. It should be a lawyer in which that it will combine with Sue Ann in order to help her obtain papers and seek justice for the family. It should be something.
Okay, so that question you had coincides with what Ty says. Ty says you're right, Nikki. Any attorney can represent the family in a civil case unless the FBI charged the Cabo crew. So if the FBI decides to charge the Cabo crew, let's just say they do, and this coincides with your question, Marie. Then once again, the FBI and the prosecuting team still they're prosecuting the Cabo Six and they're representing the people. And once again, Sue Ann can still be on board as a civil attorney for the family, representing their best interest. But the Robinson family still don't get an attorney. They still don't get a criminal attorney. They don't get an attorney from the state, from the prosecution team. They once again are trying to represent their best interest in seeking justice for them, but they don't represent the Robinson family at all.
So we as the community, we as the um YouTube, we as um all these other channels is the only one representing the family, even if it's not like a law, but we the only ones. I don't get this. This is
N-
crazy.
n- Um, I wouldn't say yes, but I wouldn't say that. Of course, you and everyone else out here that wants to see justice for Shanquella and her family want results. So, in a sense, what you're saying is correct. That's true. But I mean, I wouldn't say that Sue Ann isn't representing the family. I'm just saying that there is no criminal attorney because the Robinson family isn't being charged criminally.
The
So, to
Robinson
answer Miss
family.
Jan,
Uh,
go
that
ahead.
part right there is what I don't get. The Robinson family is not getting charged. I
They
don't.
they're not being charged with anything. So there is no prosecution and there is no defense. They're not on trial. So Ms. Jam say, let's use OJ's case. Nikki, it was the state of California versus OJ. Correct. OJ was accused of committing a crime. And so the prosecution was prosecuting him, trying him for the crime. The prosecuting prosecutors or the state's attorney, they represent the people or the state, which was California. So this would be the state of North Carolina versus Dejanay. And the only reason I'm going to say no, because this is a federal case. So it wouldn't be the state of North Carolina versus Dejanay. It's a federal case. So that's the only difference, Miss James. But yes, that's correct.
So this is a federal case. So why can't somebody in the federal has a lawyer in order to obtain this justice for Shanquella? And if they
Okay,
got
so the
lawyers,
Okay, so what makes it a federal case is because a crime was committed outside of the country. A crime was committed in Mexico. So we have a treaty that takes care of that. The treaty says if you commit a crime in another country, then we have a treaty that dictates what we're going to do versus what we can and cannot do and what crimes we're willing to charge you for. So that's the first thing. That's what the treaty is addressing. The second thing is we do, Marie. That's the FBI. That's the Department of Justice. That's the State Department. It's in their lap because Mexico has identified who they think committed the crime based on the video, based on the sign-in sheet, based on their staff and their witnesses. They've identified a main aggressor. They issued an arrest warrant for that main aggressor, Dejanay Jackson. So they prepared their investigative package. They sent it back to the United States because they said our main aggressor who committed a crime in Mexico has now fled back to her country and we want her. And per the treaty, we're going to follow the laws of the treaty. And so now we're going to issue this information to you and tell you what we want to have happen. And so now that information is resting with the United States for them to act on it. But as I think Marty said, remember, the FBI says they don't have enough evidence to charge Dejanay. So they said they weren't going to proceed.
but they do got evidence. They got the evidence to prove that she been hit. They got the evidence that state that she said no to a fight. They got the evidence to her body. What is it that they didn't get unless they not trying to? So therefore, somebody in the family has paid them to say, what
Wait a minute, wait
it's
a minute.
not
What? Somebody in the family paid who?
whoever to pay I'm just saying. I'm not actually saying that this is a factual. I'm just saying maybe somebody in the family paid off somebody in the FBI might be family to say that it's not enough evidence.
What? Wait a minute, what? What?
Okay.
So you think somebody in the family, in whose
I-
family?
In the Cabo Six, not St. Quella
Okay,
Robinson family. I'm talking about the Cabo Six family.
okay,
Okay?
okay.
Somebody in the Cabo Six family have somebody in the FBI to say that is not enough evidence. That's why they not moving forward with this case.
So you too believe that there is a member that there are family members of the Cabo Six that are related to some higher ups here in the United States that's preventing the case from moving forward.
That's what it is making me feel. Honestly, seriously, yes.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the Robinson, the family of St. Cloda Robinson. I'm thinking all, and what I'm saying is the Cabo Six family.
Okay. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't quite agree with that, but I get what you're saying. I get your point. I've seen some of the conspiracy theorists out there that suggest that there are other people involved, preventing this from going forward. Marty says the autopsy from Mexico and the US were so different that they could not come to a conclusion. Marty, don't, because you know good and well, I feel as though the autopsies were not different. So don't even get me to talking about the autopsy. 'Cause you know good and well, I feel as though the autopsies was not different. You know good and well, I feel as though the autopsies absolutely support one another. And I absolutely think I have proof that they do. So stop.
Let me slide it. How's my audio? Is my audio straight, Nikki and Marie?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound good.
All right, let me. Mel sent me the joint with. Uh, let me see if I can play it. Let me see.
But where's Mel? I don't have a problem with the video. I just don't understand what her point of contention is
Right.
about the video. She says how we're identifying the people. And I said how we identify the people. So what's the problem?
Let me tell her to come back up.
Thank you, Miss Nikki, for teaching me.
Oh, wow. I can't believe I'm up here talking about the Shanquella case.
I haven't heard from you in a long time, so it's a pleasure hearing from you.
I know. Thanks, Marie.
I haven't heard.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Not a problem.
I
I'm
mean, one
learning.
thing. Okay, here she go. Here she go, Nikki. But before you slide in, Mel, one thing I can say, and I know we all can agree, and them demonstrations, we gave up a lot of jewels and a lot of information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on in, Mel.
So that I sent you, now, if I can tell what that is his first conversation with the family that he did not post as a interview. But what happened was, I think it's when they dropped that Tubi movie, and I think during that time the that little SBR thing, all of that came out. He was mad, so that's when
Who?
he began to share those conversations he had with them prior to him even dropping the story.
Who you talking about,
So
Mel?
um the baddest blocker.
Okay. And
So
so once again, what's your point? I'm a
when
little
it
lost.
okay, so well, I mean, I think that I've had this conversation with you before, but to me, and nobody has to agree with me, but when I said who posted the pictures of the people that they attached to the names that was on the list, because they didn't have a driver's license pictures there, a driver's license number, a passport picture, or a passport number. So who identified those people as what we saw visually on YouTube? Who posted those pictures? It didn't come from the news, which we all know that our local news only posts facts. So who posted that information? Where did those pictures come from?
Okay, so did you not hear my answer?
Who identified the Elise Hyatt that we saw on YouTube with the Elise Hyatt on that picture? Who identified that person as that was the actual person that signed that paper? I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm just saying who identified him.
Okay, so
Shank, go ahead and
once
play
again,
that conversation.
do you want to answer to your question,
Yeah. Oh
or
yeah.
do you just not accept that
Oh
those are
oh.
the people?
I didn't ask. I said who identified and posted those people? Who did that?
So if I'm not mistaken, eventually Gerald ended up.
No, it's not eventually. Who posted those first visuals of those people that went along with those names on the paper? So it's not eventually who actually posted that.
So once again, if I'm not mistaken, wouldn't it be Gerald who
Okay.
identified each and every person
How did
on
he
that
know?
sign-in sheet?
But how did he know that that was the actual visual of the Elise Hyatt that whose name was signed to that paper?
Okay, so
Okay,
once again,
this
you
is
have
what's
the
going to answer your
sign-in sheet.
question.
Listen, you have the sign-in sheet,
Hmm.
then you have the video, and
Hmm.
per the videos, then they pulled up their passport and their Facebook, as Miss Jam said. They pulled up their Facebook, they pulled up their social media, and one by one, they were identifying them. Now, here's the other thing, Mel. If your name was on that sign-in sheet and they pulled, or your name wasn't, and they pulled up
Hmm.
your picture, wouldn't you
Hmm.
be the first one to say that's not me? I wasn't there.
Who's to say that? Who's to say that? And I'm not, again, I'm not saying that those were not the people. I'm just saying if it wasn't, who's to say that they didn't say that? Oh, because they didn't come out on social media. See, we look for everything to be on Facebook, everything to be on social media. What if everything is not there?
Okay, I
Shane, can
have
you
a
play that
bigger.
conversation? Give me a second. Can you play that conversation with Gerald and Quilla?
Let me find.
You have to
Okay, but
scroll through because I
while he's
think the first
finding it though,
I
I
think the first
think there's something
right.
that's more matter of fact though,
Okay, so
because
Nikki, the only thing that's gonna help you understand what I'm saying is when Shank played that conversation between Gerald and Quilla.
Right?
It's after Mr. Bernard's.
Whatever. But this, again, for those that are just tuning in, this is a November 14th,
Can y'all hear it?
2022 intake audio
yeah,
with Mr. Bernard Robinson, the father of Shanquella
That was
Robinson,
on November the 14th.
a few minutes ago. Okay. And if you remember, the story went viral November 14th of last year. Now, of course, when I first talked to them, Mr. Bernard was very upset about the fact that Miss Salamandra would let Shanquella go over there to Mexico without him knowing. And I explained that to Mr. Bernard. I said, Mr. Bernard, I said, Shanquella's 25 years old. I said, regardless of whether, you would have known she was going over there, or not, I said it probably still would not have, made a difference. She probably still would have went, but he felt like that, he didn't get the opportunity to give that fatherly advice. You know how fathers, say, hey, Dad, I'm going over to Mexico with some friends in a couple of days. Like, I don't feel like that, baby. It's too much going on out there. I've been watching news.
Let me fast forward y'all up to. All right, wait a minute. Wait a minute, y'all.
Hey, I'm Gerald. Nice to meet you. Okay. Now, I wanted to ask your mom, because from my understanding, Khalil came to you all's house and gave you guys this a bunch of lies before you guys found. Now, let me say this too before we get started. This is also November 14th. Same day, just a couple of hours later. Okay. I think around about this time, I had already got the photos, and I just, needed to verify, because the dad told me that they came over to the house, so I needed to, uh, get this information. Let me tell you how I got the dad's number, right? We got a system, journalists. We got a system where your information is public records. Your phone number, your address is public records. But we have one that is updated every day. So when you update your light bill address, it goes to a system, we're able to find it. So originally, I was looking for Miss Salamandra, and the number that was under her name, when I called it, it was Mr. Bernard's number. And then when I spoke to Mr. Bernard, because I spoke to him first, he then gave me their number, and I called them, and this is the conversation, okay? November 14th, just a couple of hours after I spoke to Mr. Robinson that day. Okay. Found out the truth. So can you tell me how it all went down? Did he call y'all before he got back into the States? Can you walk me through what he told y'all? On that Saturday, he called us from Mexico. Yeah, okay. So it had to be about 4, 5, or 6 in the afternoon. Okay. And he said that Paula was resting, she wasn't feeling good. At that point, he made it. He was kind of at ease because he would think she just had a hangover. Right. Right. So she was resting. She wasn't feeling good. She threw up a couple times. Is what he's telling us. And we said, okay, we'll just call us back, keep us informed of what's going on. Right. He called back. I can't tell you how much time passed, but he called back and he said that the ambulance was there. It's not 3 ambulance there, and they're trying to resuscitate her. Whatever. He had us on hold, and we was like, well, you just talked to us. We thought she was fine. What's going on now? So then he started saying alcohol poisoning. And we was more calm, I guess, because we trust him. Right. And we kind of believed what he was telling us, or whatever. Right. So that was that. Then he came back into the States. I think he even said, I want to say that they got an earlier flight than what they were trying to get an earlier flight because he had called back and said he's going to come on home. Right. Trying to escape authorities, really, because they knew they had done some stuff. Mm-hmm. So then he just brought her luggage and stuff over, and from there on out, he kept saying alcohol poisoning, so we couldn't do nothing but wait until we got an autopsy. Right. But then at this time, though, he's still coming around. He's at the house every day. His mom is with him. But, now that you know that stuff that happened, you can go back and you can say, well, that's why he was pacing. You thought he was coming off or something. But he was high. You know what I mean? He's nervous. He's pacing. He's grabbing his beard. He's sweating. So I guess it had to keep him up then. Yeah. So he got the girls to come over there. All of the girls. You know what they look like? Do you remember their face? No, he only had 2 come over there. And okay. I got a picture of them. If I see them, if I walk past them now, I don't think I would know them. You think you would? I don't think I would. Okay, I'm gonna send you some pictures. Matter of fact, is this an iPhone? No, this is my mom's phone. It's Android. Okay. I have Android as well. Now, I got pictures of 2 of the girls, and one of the girls, I got no passport picture. Okay. Can you send me that? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you the pictures of everybody that I have that me and my team has identified this morning, okay? And because I'm putting their ass up on the blog today. They're going up on the internet today. Yes, they going up, and I want Shanquella to eat their ass up, and I want everybody else to eat their ass up too. My main focus is making sure that the truth come out. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that something happened really bad. And they lying about it. But this is the thing. Right. Khalil, why would you do that to your best friend? That's the biggest thing. This man been on family trips. He's been around forever. Yes. So it was more calm when talking to him and believing him. I mean, of course we had our doubts. My mama always had a doubt. Right. I said that and told my mama, I said, I don't think he would be that dirty and even show up to our house. Right. But come to find out he is. You know what I mean? Yes. And I wonder, like, I'm just trying to figure, because I always try to keep an open mind about things. I'm trying to figure out, was he outnumbered? Because from my understanding, let me see. I have pictures of 2 dudes other than Khalil and 3 girls. Okay, now I got images of the 3 Okay. And I have that Nazir, whatever. I have his passport picture. Okay. Right. Nazir Wiggins. The other dude, like I didn't see them. I don't know. Okay. I don't have an image of them. Anyway, the rest of the people. Okay, hold on. Let me send this to you. Hold on. Let me see.
Anything else, Mel, or you want me to keep letting it play? Mel.
No, you just have to wait until she gets the pictures and
Okay.
listen to her response to her getting the pictures from him, from Gerald.
Give me a number. 704.
I don't want, well, even though she got the number changed, but
Yeah, she changed her number.
Okay, this is what I'm about to do. I'm about to send you these pictures, right? I'm gonna send you all 3 girls. I'm gonna send you what I have once I get your number. Now the first girl is Winter. Should be Winter Donovan. The second girl should be Elise Hyatt, and the third one should be the Janae Jackson. What'd you say the third one name? The Janae Jackson. Okay. See if there's. I cannot tell you any of those are those girls, though. Okay, you can't. Let me send you what I have. Okay, send me. I can tell, but I can't tell you if that's them. Okay, send it. But I'm gonna send you those pictures. I have a million pictures now.
you want me to finish it?
No, you can stop it there, but it just goes on. If anybody want to go and listen to that. So now you see what I'm saying? Like they came to her house, but she still couldn't identify him based off the pictures that he sent. So who identified those people that he put up on the blog? That's all I'm saying.
Okay, can I answer or
Go
can I
ahead and answer.
respond?
Go ahead, Nick. I don't. That's just my take on that.
I don't understand why you are expecting that her mother or her sister or anybody in the family should have been able to identify the 6 travel mates. Maybe she knew some of them, maybe she didn't. The fact that Gerald helped identify some of these people and they had to go to social media and then they essentially added on by getting passport photos and so forth. So what? I'm not even being disrespectful, Mel. I'm saying the constant distractions with this case, where we go down these rabbit holes and it takes away from the true trajectory of where we should be headed. Why does it matter that the mom or the sister couldn't identify these 6 people initially? They eventually were identified. And so what that it wasn't the news? The news people are are journalists just like everyone else, where someone does research and brings them information. So I don't understand your point. They were identified eventually. And if it wasn't any of them, I would be the first person saying, hey, that's not me. I wasn't there. But in the end, I'm still saying it doesn't matter because there is still only a warrant for one person. Oh, the mail dropped down. Sorry.
Yeah, she gonna probably come back up. Here she come, Nikki. Here she come.
But you understood my point yesterday. So regardless of what journalists, all I am saying, and I will continue to say it, I'm not saying that it wasn't the people. My question was who identified them.
And so I answered that before
Because
you went
you
to
did
find the
right,
video.
right. But you always keep saying we're going down a rabbit hole. I still stand on what I said, and I found that it's interesting because they had been to the house 4 days earlier.
Okay. Point taken. But
And
I
she
also
said
said,
that she took
okay, go ahead.
pictures of those girls, but those were not the pictures that they posted on YouTube. They posted the pictures that Gerald had that she said it didn't look like the girls. It's listening to just listening without being so ready to respond. That is exactly what that conversation said. I took pictures of the girls, but those were not the girls that was posted on YouTube. The girls that was posted on YouTube were the ones that he sent her that she said it didn't look like them. That's all I'm saying. So listen to what she's saying. I'm not trying to call her out or say anything. I'm just listening. And my question will always be, and I know it will come to pass when I guess the case is all comes out and is said and done. I'm quite sure somebody in local law enforcement actually identified somebody, but
Okay, can I say this?
based
Can
off
I
the
ask you this?
original images that we first saw viral on YouTube, who identified them?
Okay,
But Daryl,
I
because
keep trying to answer that question
listen
for
to
you,
Daryl's
Mel.
Wait a
conversation.
minute,
I
Mel.
keep
Mel,
trying to answer
let
that
us stop there.
question for you because I'm going to tell you what matters in the court of law. I was going to ask you, what difference does it make? And do you believe that those aren't the right people? But I'm going to tell you what matters in the court of law. In the court of law, the person that needs to be identified is the main aggressor. And I'm telling you, the main aggressor was identified in Mexico, per Mexico, by the concierge. He said she signed the sign-in sheet. He also said she signed for Nazir. He also said he saw her on the video attacking Miss Shanquella Robinson. He said all that. So, per the investigation, if it went to court, the only person that needs to be identified is the person that they named as the main aggressor, as the person that they said attacked Shane Queller. That's
I
it. I
I
get
understand
what you're
that
saying,
when
but they
she
only
no
have
you
to
didn't
finger
no
the
you didn't
person
get what
that
I was
they
saying
think harmed
because
her.
I never said anything when it came to Dejanay Jackson because Dejanay Jackson and Winter Donovan names are also in that report that went to Washington. But Nazir's name is not in there. Elise Hyatt's name is not in there, and neither is Malik Dyer. I told you that.
Their names are in the
Okay,
investigative report because
go
the
find it.
sign, Mel,
That's the
let me
same
tell you
thing.
why it's
That's the
in
same
there.
thing somebody
the
told me the
the
other day,
reason is in
and I
there, Mel,
told them to
because the
get the
sign
letter
in
and
sheet
read
was
it to
included.
me. And those
Mel,
names
you're
were
not
not in
listening.
that letter.
Wait a minute, Mel.
She read it to me.
Wait a minute,
You're
Mel.
not listening. I didn't say it was contained in the letter, Mel. I did not say it was contained in the letter. I said it's contained in the investigative packet. And the
Oh
reason
Lord
we
have
know it's
mercy.
contained in the
I can't.
investigative packet because the sign-in list, the sign-in sheet was included in the investigative packet, and
Nikki,
the
Nikki, when you had
concierge
to.
statement. The
Wait a minute,
concierge
Mel. Let us
statement, Mel, was included in the investigative packet. You can't trip me up like you can somebody else.
I'm
I'm
not trying
telling
to
you
trip
what's
you up, but
fact.
you and I had this conversation yesterday, and
But
you decided tonight
listen,
that you want to
no,
come up
you
and
said
challenge
it
what you and
wasn't
I always.
included in the letter. I'm not telling you their names were included in the
let me
letter.
let me
I'm
just
telling you it was included in the investigative packet.
wait a minute, Nikki. Let me just slide in. I have to let everybody speak. So Mel, you gotta let Nikki finish. And then when Nikki finish, you gonna come in, Mel. Come on back up, Mel. But I gotta hear from both of y'all. Come on back up, Mel. Go ahead, Nikki. Finish.
Okay, Shank, let me just make this point. Mel is saying that all of the Cabo Six names weren't included in the letter to the president. That's not what I'm stating. What I'm stating was their names were included in the investigative packet. And you know, as I know, and most people in this chat listening, that the sign in sheet was sent in the investigative packet. The sign in sheet has all those names listed. That's my first point, Shank. My second point was the concierge statement was included in the investigative packet. In that investigative packet, the concierge states that Dejanay was the main aggressor. He states he saw her on video beating Shanquella Robinson. He also stated that she signed and she signed for Nazir. So that information is contained in the investigative packet. I never said it was in the letter to the president. It's in the whole investigative packet. And my final point, which is it doesn't matter about the other people being identified, although they were, it doesn't matter because there is one warrant, and that warrant is for Dejanay. And we know that she was identified. She was picked out numerous times by different people as the main aggressor. And that's the only one they're going after. So Mel can argue and she can point out little things and conspiracy theories all she wants, but that's not going to hold up in court because that's not what they're arguing.
And that's true. That's true, Nikki. Come on back up, Mel. That's true.
And I'm the one, and this is no disrespect to anyone else, but I'm the one that's always saying I go by the medical evidence, I stick to the facts, factual information only. I don't, I'm not refuting anything anybody else says with the conspiracy theories and those who want to go down the rabbit holes and want to throw stuff against the walls and out the windows and over the rooftop. I don't care. Discuss all that stuff all you want. But I think alone, the medical evidence and the facts are enough. So what we need to understand is why the FBI and why the State Department, DOJ, is not trying to move forward with what we have. Because I think the video alone is enough. I think
But
the autopsies alone are enough.
that's what
So
I'm
what
saying.
we want, go ahead, Marie. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting you because that's so disrespectful of me.
No, go
But
ahead, man.
I'm trying to like piggyback off of what you're saying. So if the FBI and the DOJ is not following up and saying that there's not enough evidence, maybe it is somebody that's in there that's trying to say, let's not allow them to say or think that it's true. So that's where the cover up come in at. Right? That's all I want to say.
You have a valid concern, as do the others who have reasons or suspicions for why they're not moving forward. I have my own suspicion, but they're
Okay.
just that suspicions. So
I
we
get it.
all can come up with a reason as to why we think they're not proceeding with this case, but
I
we don't
get it.
know why. And
I
so when
understand.
Miss Sue Ann Robinson asked the FBI, they're stonewalling her. They won't tell her because they don't have to tell her. And as I've stated many times before, they won't close the case because if they close the case, then somebody can say, well, show us the evidence, show us what you learned, show us why
Okay.
you didn't move forward. So as long as they keep this case open, they could always say to Sue Ann and anyone else asking, I can't provide you with any information or any evidence because it will compromise the investigation.
I get it. I
That
understand.
can always be their answer. And it would be my answer too. But so therefore, as me and Mel spoke about, we want to know what's on that whiteboard in that FBI office for them to say this is why we're not moving forward. And everybody has valid concerns or suspicions as to why, but we just don't know. So your concern is valid, Shanks is valid, Mel's is valid, mine's, Miss Jams, Marty's, and everybody else's, but we really just don't know why. I'm sure the family, I'm sure Sue, I'm sure everybody has a reasonable suspicion as to why the FBI won't move forward. But unless they tell us why they won't move forward, we really don't know.
Right. I get it. I get it.
And this is true. Are you coming back up, Mel? All right. Mel says all those facts and no arrest, Nikki. Then she says, but she has the facts, right? She's asking you that, Nick.
Who has the facts? Sue Ann?
Hit
Me?
come back up, Mel. Hit the link. Come back up.
Because I do think we have enough evidence. I've always thought we had enough evidence. I think Sue Ann and the family thought we had enough evidence. but we don't know why the FBI and the DOJ is saying we don't have enough evidence.
Ms. James says, I still want accountability on the 450,000 GoFundMe. Did all that money go to attorney and funeral? Impossible. Mel says, conspiracy theories. You think that?
Oh, yeah, I certainly believe that it's enough conspiracy theories out here. I don't know if this is what Mel is asking, but yeah, it's a lot of conspiracy theories out here. I just don't really buy into them. I don't even really discuss them because to me, it doesn't matter. Like I said, I'm willing to discuss what I see on the video, what I see contained in the autopsy, because I think they corroborate one another. I think that's the true story. All the other stuff, I don't care if Batman and Robin came through to Mexico and got the Cabo Six out of there. I really don't. I don't care if they had money in their account. I don't care who owned the villa. I don't think the nurse is missing. I don't care if she was a nurse or a doctor. I promise you, I don't care if the door was pink, red, or green. I don't care who was videoing, and I don't care about all that stuff because I don't think in the end it really matters. I don't care if the family is together or apart. I don't care if it was a black and white checkerboard floor. All that stuff don't matter to me. I don't care how they got their IDs and passports. None of that stuff matters because I think the reason the case isn't moving forward is because of the United States.
Okay.
All right, Nick.
So I
Let's
just
let
want to
Mel
make.
come in. Come on, Mel.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that because at one minute you say that it could be conspiracies, and then the next minute it's not. So do you believe that we got everything that you just said that you didn't care about can all be a conspiracy that's holding up this case?
I don't believe in conspiracy theories. I recognize that there are conspiracy theories out there. I don't believe in them. I could
Okay.
talk autopsies and medical evidence and facts in the treaty all day long. You want to discuss that? You got me. Why not keep dropping that?
It might be a
Okay.
service, something like that. It might be.
I also, and this is no disrespect to anyone, I also don't really care so much about the GoFundMe money.
Right.
I'm one of those persons that I think once you give,
Mm-hmm.
once you donate to a cause, you wash your hands of it.
Oh, sorry about that.
I
The fact that
also,
I
if
just want to
I'm
say
not,
this.
go ahead,
Oh,
baby.
go ahead, Nikki.
I also believe that someone stated the GoFundMe that if you read it correctly, it absolutely said what they were going to do with the money, or that the United States said they wasn't moving forward, and that they were
I just
going
have
on a
one
fact
question.
finding mission to
The fact
Mexico.
that they family that it was alcohol poisoning, was that would that count as a conspiracy?
That was a
It,
lie.
it- but would it count as a conspiracy? Because conspiracies are lies, right? Because they're not facts. They're conspiracies, so they're lies. So the fact that they told her family it was alcohol poison, that was a conspiracy, right?
No, I disagree, Mel. They
Okay, so
deliberately lied to cover up their own actions.
a cover up is a conspiracy, right?
No. No, well,
Okay, I'm
Mel,
out.
come on now.
No, I'm down. I'm
No,
out.
I'm suggesting that there are conspiracy theorists out there, and those are the people who are trying to uncover evidence and what happened in this case. And those would be people who are not directly involved, people who have no direct involvement and no hand in what happened to Shanquella. So come on now, let's not mix apples and oranges. I'm not suggesting that anybody out here in this chat who has come up with a conspiracy theory has anything to do with the unaliving of Shanquella. Now, we know that these people who lied about her having alcohol poisoning lied because they was trying to cover up their role in what happened to her and what they did. That's not a conspiracy theory. They evil, they devils, they lied, and they were trying to cover up what they did to hurt her. That's different. And
Mel says,
somebody who sees it differently, please tell me that I'm wrong.
let me
I'm not.
let Nola slide in, Nikki and Marie. Salute, Nola. Mel says, good night, Nikki. So I'm not sure, if that's the end of, I'm not
Good
sure.
night, Mel.
But let Nola slide in, Marie and Nikki. Salute, Nola.
Hi guys, hi everyone. I am not
Hi,
really
how
good, but
are you?
Hey, Nola.
now time we talk about this story, I just get so upset. I just can't handle it. A lot of people in my family have stents and pacemakers. I can't take it anymore. Jake, can you and Miss Parker check your Instagram? I sent you guys a message.
Check my Instagram.
Yeah, I sent you and Miss Parker a message pertaining to this case. Oh,
Thank you,
you know
Miss
how I know?
James.
You know how you can identify them from that fight they have? Who would get in a fight if it's not them? The fight they had at the bar, electric something. Who would want to fight? That's them. And they ran because the cops was going. They didn't want the cops to come on the scene. So yeah, that's them. Correct?
Wait a minute, Nola. My bad. I was checking my Instagram. Give it to me again. My bad.
Wait. Hey, everyone, you heard me?
I
Yes.
can barely hear her, but okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. You know how you can tell that was them identified? Who would go out in a club? You're supposed to be going there to have a good time, but you go there to have a fight, and you tell people, "Don't take pictures of me." Why Elise
Oh,
didn't want to be on that news reporter station out there? Why she had to get in the car?
right. So you're talking about the subsequent fight they had later on in the
Yeah,
club,
that's the answer.
and they didn't
Yeah,
want to
why
be
you go to the club
recorded.
to have a
Right.
fight? You don't go to the club to fight. You go to the club to have a good time. So that's them. I gotta go. Check, please help me out with that. What I sent
I
you.
got you. I got you.
Seriously, I had a dream. I'm telling you now. I saw three people in that dream with Shanquella. They all had on pink. It's gonna have something to do in three. Number three and a number four. I told you that, Shank. I told you. I know when I dream is right on the money. They will get caught. Correct, ladies? Who goes out and fight? Why you want to fight? You're in the club. Why are you so angry in the club?
Mm-hmm.
Correct? So that's them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't. If it wasn't them, I think they would have came out and said, "Hey, that's not me." Their name was on the sign-in
Correct.
sheet, so
Why they're not out in public? I have been a researcher for Forbes magazine, Fortune, Time, Newsweek. If I wanted to find those girls, I can find them in a heartbeat. But I'm telling you now, they're gonna get caught. Yes, Shank and Miss Parker. Let's handle this week coming up. Thank you guys. Good night.
You're welcome.
good
Good
night,
night.
Nola.
I'll hit you up, Nola. Ross says, on top of that, Winter's mom didn't deny she was there. She compared her to Jesus. And I
Good point.
mean, I'm with you, Mel. If you still listening, I'm with you. It was definitely a good question, but it's just certain things
that we can look towards to know whether or not they were who they were. One thing was just like Nikki said, that sign-in sheet. That sign-in sheet was sent with everything else. Am I correct or wrong, Nikki?
Right. It was sent as a part of the investigative package. It was
And
included.
and then like Raw is saying, Winter's mom never denied it. Now, Mel make a good point. Now Mel said, and this was off the platform. Mel has said that the news people didn't mention none of their names. And the reason why the news didn't mention none of their names was for legal purposes. The same way, damn, I lost that train of thought. Pick up, Nikki, if you can. Can you pick up where I'm at? Damn.
Well, she said they didn't mention their names because for legal purposes, they were not yet identified. I think that's where she was going. I'm saying they're journalists like everyone else. So
Right,
if the news people didn't do their research and
right,
had not identified them, so what? They're journalists like everyone else.
right,
The fact that someone else chose to identify them and release their identities, well, good for them.
right.
I mean, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nikki. No, you finish. You finish.
No, I'm just saying that I don't think we have to say that the news or any particular station is more credible than per se, YouTube journalists or content creators who do deeper research.
So Mel, okay, and I'm hoping that you could come back up, Mel, because I don't want to get it twisted. Now, Mel is focused on, and you help me too, Nikki and Marie. Mel, I think Mel is focusing on not if it wasn't Winter, Dejanay, and she's saying as far as with Quilla stating that they didn't look like the ones, but then Quilla did say she couldn't make out the pictures though.
And that's a real possibility. I mean, when females go on vacation, yeah, we get our hair did up.
Right, right,
We might have braids, we might have a sew-in or
right,
something of it. So we may look different. So the pictures that Quilla was shown may very well look different
right,
from what they appeared on the Mexican
right,
vacation. So
right,
that's all a real possibility. But I'm getting ready to take a dig at Mel that she might not like. But everybody gonna understand when I say it. Her boy, her nephew, Nazia, was there. He came the day after. Half of us agree, half of us don't agree. But Nazia did appear. Nazia did his own video. Nazia himself, who did the most talking out of the Cabo Six, could have disputed whether or not the other five members who was on that sign-in sheet was there or not. He
that's
did
true.
not.
That's true.
He never said, no, none of those people was there. He almost put them all there when he chose to talk to, and I know you don't mind me saying this, Shank, because you speak with her too, Danny. When he chose to speak to Danny and he sends her text messages back and forth, he almost put each and every one of them there.
And that's true.
And he vouched for them. So come on, Mel, let's be fair. It either is or it isn't. So if your nephew putting them there, then damn it, they were there.
No, not Nazir said he did not sign that sheet. He said,
That's not what I'm saying, Marie.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry."
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said that the concierge did say that Dejanay signed the sign-in sheet, and I
Right,
did say that he said she signed the sign-in sheet for
right,
Nazir. What I'm
right,
saying is that nephew Nazir showed up the next day and corroborated the stories, and therefore he did not dispute that the other people were there.
right,
That's what I'm saying.
right. But that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say.
Mel, I love you if you're still listening. You know I do.
Mm.
And they didn't even dispute it. I mean, when the
None
news
of them.
Right.
Right.
When the news people went to who job was it? Elise?
Mm-hmm.
When went to mother, when Danny called went to mother, she went to mother, never disputed it. She never said, "What are you talking about? My daughter wasn't even there. You got the wrong person." And even with Dejanay, there's a warrant. There's an open warrant. Okay, here come Mel. Here come Mel. Here come Mel. The floor is all yours, Mel.
Shank, I want to ask a question.
Okay.
So remember when Brandon from the WNBC News, I think that's what y'all have there,
Yes.
went to one of the travel mates' job?
Elise. He went
Did
to
he
Elise.
ever say her name?
Yes, he did.
Did he put her on camera? He was
Mel, because I can't say because I can't remember.
No, he did not.
I can't remember.
He didn't. And he
But
didn't say her name. He said one of the travel mates.
But when he went to her, he did
He said,
ask
"Are
her,
you?" And
Elise.
he bleeped out the name, and he did not put her face on camera.
Okay.
Go back. Go back and find it in. I'll find it in the archives and I'll send it to you. He said, "Are you?" He bleeped out the name, and did never put her face on camera.
Okay.
That's facts for you.
Because I met with him, I talked with him at the Pink Envelope March, and we discussed it. But you might be right as far as
On
him
TV,
beeping it out on TV.
he
Okay.
bleeped out her name when he said, "Are you?" No, he didn't even ask her, "Is she?" If that, he asked her, "What happened to Shanquella?" That was the question he asked her. And he did not put her face on the camera. And they were there prior to her walking out of the job, so they could have caught her walking out the door. He was up to her car and only showed her arm. That's facts for you. The only place those images and names have rung out is on social media. Period. Facebook. That's all I'm saying. You can take that how you want it. The only place those images of those people have rung out is on Facebook. Even the attack, we never saw Shanquella's face clearly, but that was obviously Shanquella. Her parents said it was her, but we never saw Dejanay's face. And again, guys, I'm not saying that that was not Dejanay Jackson, who was a concierge identified as Dejanay Jackson as aggressor. I'm not saying that at all.
Wait, Mel,
I'm not.
can I say
Don't cut me
something?
off, please. Just give me one moment. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is that rather they came to social media and said, "Oh no, y'all, that wasn't me. That wasn't me." We don't know what. And Shank, you're familiar with this, and we all should. Even if we don't know it personally, we watch enough TV. If the FBI come and question you about something, and they can gag you right then, right? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, they can put a gag. Yeah. Yeah.
I say, you know what? I don't want you to come. I don't want you to say anything. But if it is those persons, then they wouldn't say that. But we don't know because those images came from a YouTube content creator, whether they're journalists or not. But that person never talked to those people. That person didn't know those people. That person never said, "I went to their house and I interviewed them."
Okay, so let's backtrack, Mel. Let me backtrack with you. Okay, so your thing is when when Gerald sent Quilla the pictures of them, Quilla wasn't sure whether or not the pictures was the same people that came to the house.
Right, because she said she took a picture of them. So the
Okay.
pictures he took, He sent her. She said those don't look like those girls.
Now,
I took their pictures.
okay,
So this is my question. Why? And so she sent him the pictures she had, but those weren't the pictures he posted.
okay, let me just slide in for a second.
Slide in.
Now, like Nikki Lynn was saying, you're going. I look different on certain pictures. I look different from a picture one day to seeing me in person. So
Exactly.
it could have been them, and it just was, the pictures that Gerald sent her, like Nikki was saying, they could have had their makeup on and all of that. They could have had their hair done.
Exactly.
Or it could have been the other way around. The pictures that he
Ex-
sent them, they could have been looking rough, but they
exactly.
showed looking good. It could go either way,
Exactly.
is what I'm trying to say.
So why didn't he post the pictures that she took of them? If you continue to listen to it, and he sent her a picture of Nazir, and she said, "Oh, well, I don't know. That don't too much look like him. Okay, well, look like he got some facial hair going on now. But he
So
had facial. But I saw a picture of him in Mexico, and he had a full face. He had the same facial hair that he had on that video that he did.
so you're saying
No,
why?
go listen to it, because she says that too.
So you're saying why didn't Gerald post the pictures that Quilla sent him,
It,
opposing to posting the pictures that he had?
exactly, because she said it didn't look like those girls.
Maybe,
And then
maybe,
she couldn't identify Elise because Elise didn't go there.
maybe Gerald, because according to Gerald, he spent a lot of money getting those pictures, and so maybe
Can I tell you some people that got pictures of them, their family members, and their kids for free?
just maybe Gerald,
Maybe some of these people that would chat got pictures of them people for free.
maybe Gerald was just going with the show shot, whereas though, look, I hear what Quilla is saying, but I got the pictures of them. I know who they are.
How does he
Maybe,
know who they are?
well,
Uh,
according to in the very beginning, people was always telling me, Shank, Gerald know more than what he's saying. Gerald is a part of it. Woo 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 woo.
doesn't that sound like a conspiracy? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I have to defend conspiracies because they're all. I'm watching a Young Thug trial that's so full of conspiracies and garbage. It's insane. I can't even believe the DA took that crap to court because it's crazy. All the conspiracies but they're there. But the difference between that trial is that they don't even have no damn facts. So the whole trial is just conspiracy and four hundreds of witnesses and everybody's lying. And they took that to trial.
Right,
In
right.
a RICO case, they got no facts. None. So you see what I'm saying? So I do have a different thought process. I process stuff a little different because I'm always looking for the why and not just what's right there in front of my face, because a lot of stuff that's right in front of our face is not it. So you have to be able to think past that. If it's not this, what is it? Why did that happen? Because that's the biggest question that no one has seemed to be able to really answer. Why did that happen? Or what really happened? Look at the if they say, okay, well that's her, and if it even her sister said out of her mouth she don't think that her sister died because of that fight. Now she said that with her own mouth. That's a conspiracy for your ass because her sister said that, not me. Her sister. She said that on an interview when she interviewed on the radio station 94.5. I don't think that fight is how my sister died. So if her sister thinks that, then I think I'm gonna roll with the sister. Because even you have questioned, is that video enough? Did that fight actually result to all the bruises and things that happened to her? We don't know. So unfortunately, there is a conspiracy somewhere. And I did. I told Nikki I wish I was a fly on the FBI office so I can go look at that look at that whiteboard and see all the different conspiracies they got up there.
Listen,
And all the different people and players.
Mel, listen to this. Didn't Joe said that he saw the picture, so the reason why he blurred it out. So shouldn't he have a copy of seeing them, and also when he blurred them out,
That's a good you're absolutely right because he had to see the raw video, right?
the raw video, and he said he couldn't watch it. That's why he blurred it out. So
That's what
he
he
should
said.
be
How he
able
know
to
what to
see
blur
them.
out?
Exactly. The whole thing was
He
blurred.
had to see the clear video of not just Shanquella, but of
The whole fight.
and the person that was fighting him,
Right.
Dejanay. Or as he said, the today. Yeah, that part. When something is this, something that we see is this easy, but it's so hard, then I believe that it's so hard. We have to get away from the easy stuff. The easy stuff is the autopsies they match. They can prove that. That's easy. We read, we know medical science, we put all that together, that's easy. But the hardest part is the who, what, and why. So again, I'll go back and say it's a lot of information out there. I have stuff that I've heard that's even deeper than that from just like off the wall content creators that wasn't really rolling up in the sector. Stuff on TikTok. People, we don't even know who those people are. Are these her friends? How somebody go to Mexico, they don't have number $35. Oh, so and so have number 140. Like all of that stuff is out there. So to listen and a lot of like minds listening with no bias and come together and formulate, well, what is the conspiracy in all of this? Why is it taking that long? Because it's evident that the facts that's in our face is not giving the alphabet game what they want. So we have to go with what Isaiah said. It might be deeper than what we think. I can go deeper than that, but I won't do that. Not tonight. But every time when I run across you, Shank, I be telling you some stuff because it's stuff that I hear that other people have said that we've never really seen around Shanquella's sector like it was in the height of this case. There were some content creators out there that had some information and had just different stuff that they was bringing. It was deep. So I don't want to and that's why I leave because I'm not the arguing type. So when things get like that, I leave because that's not me. I have a brain. That's what I use. Do I expect people to believe everything I say? No. But I'll just tell you where you go find the information, and you can listen to it for yourself and make your own conclusions. Because I that's why I gave you that video because I wanted to prove that I'm not making this up. This stuff is coming from people's mouths. And when I first heard that, I'm thinking, Dang, they sound like they exchanging baseball cards. It was just all weird to me. But what stood out was the fact that, say, well, that don't look like the people that came here. So then I'm wondering, I have to rock with her because remember, the family didn't know these people. None of them, except for Kalia. So hell, I could have went to the house with Kalia and say my name was Elise. They don't know. They don't know me, right? Shane, you could have pulled up as Malik. They don't know you. I'm just saying. And I digress.
I think there's a general consensus that the people who signed in on that sign-in sheet was there. Now, whether or not additional people were there is up for debate. But the people whose names were on that sign-in sheet was there.
I'm not saying that those people were not there. I never said that.
Okay.
What I said that who identified the correct images that went with that name. That's what I said. Because I was surprised to find that my name is Melanie. I have two last names. I have a maiden last name and a married last name. And I have seen 5 to 6 of me in both of those names, living all over the United States. That's all I'm saying. I guarantee you, if Shay, Google his name, Eric McIntosh, I guarantee you he's not the only one.
Whoa, you just putting people government name all across the internet.
No,
Okay.
his name is on his album Cash App.
Okay. I'm just all
I'm just
right.
saying that he goes
Whoa.
across his YouTube page.
Whoa. Okay.
But you're not supposed to put nobody's government name out there like that.
Okay. Gotcha.
Come back up, Mel.
That my stream yard shuts off when my phone get hot. But
What you
I'm
got?
just
Bad
saying,
reception, Mel?
huh? No, when my phone get hot, my stream yard shuts off. But I'm just saying, the majority of us share a name with more than one person in the United States. So I'm not saying that those names of those people were not the names of the people, but who identified the actual people to put with the name. If you don't know them, you just pick somebody out the book. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, at least highest. I'm gonna pick that one. That part. Or there's
Okay.
15, 16, 17 Malik Dyers. Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh, there go
Oh,
Mo. Let me pick him.
okay.
Can you pick a new point of contention so we can argue about it? I'm beyond this one.
Great. No, I'm done. But
Oh,
that's
come
just
on
that's
now.
just a
We was just
conspiracy.
getting started. It's only 1 o'clock.
I won't share that. No, can't share that because that's like a whole nother can of worms and argument. So I won't go there. And I'm not the arguing type, so I'm not gonna do that. But it's just other information, other people's perspectives, and how they see stuff. So, but a really good content creator for anybody to go look at regarding this is where the videos are very short, but the information is well researched and the information is cross-referenced with what the person is saying. And can I say it here, Shane?
Say it again.
Can I say that here?
Yeah.
Sleuthy Lucy. Her intake on everything is very well researched, very well cross-referenced. Her videos are short, but it it will really
just open your eyes to the amount of time and research and um, sources that she used to prove the information that she provides, and it's an eye opener.
But isn't it also true too? The concierge was there when they all was there, so he did recognize who were there, and and when the police asked them, was this person, was this person, he verified who each and every one of them was.
No, mm-mm, he didn't. But now he has a very after the fact that he doesn't work there anymore. He did a very interesting interview with the content creator that had already kind of talked to him before when he was in the middle of it, and he actually pretty much tells what happened, but he tells it in a way where he's talking to her like, if people visiting, this is what happened. This is what can happen when people visit. But you can tell that he's telling that story because he also says they never had nothing like that happen before, ever. They've had, people come and rent the village, a few, loud parties or, people argue or something, but nothing like that. So the story that he's basically telling what happened.
Can I address something that me and you discussed, Mel, and that Raw just put in the chat?
Sure.
So I think we were discussing that some people thought that Shanquella demise was at as early as 9 a.m. that morning.
Yeah. Now,
Okay. And so I
I
think
don't, this is
Raw,
all I
go
can
ahead.
say. Go to Sleuthy Lucy and look at her video
Mm-mm.
on that. That's it.
So I'm not
I
going to
can't
go to her.
discuss it.
I'm just going to address what
Oh.
I know to be the medical evidence. So I want to address what Raw is
But
saying.
okay, yeah, but she kind of
Raw is
tells
saying,
how what she shows is how the medical examiner came up with the time. It has nothing to do with what happened to her or when the fight occurred, just how he came up with the time, which again,
okay,
which again is science.
okay, so I want to talk about science. So listen to me, Shank, Marie, Mel, in the chat. And so, Raw, this is what I'm saying, which is why I go with the science. I'm going with the autopsies. I'm basing it on the medical evidence. So I agree with you, Raw.
Wait,
I
hold
don't
on, Nikki.
think. Mel,
Nikki,
let
give me
me
a second.
finish. Mel, you
I'm gonna
keep
let
telling
you
people
finish.
let
I'm gonna
you
let you.
finish.
Right, I'm gonna let
Girl,
you
go
finish,
ahead.
but let me just tell you the difference between what you're gonna say and what she said.
Because you're a mind reader.
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
If I'm telling you where to go to find the information, I'm not a mind reader. She incorporates the police report and how they constructed the police report, and that's how he came
And I've
to the
already told you
conclusion.
what the problem is with the police report. We've
Okay, and
had this discussion a long time ago.
right, but I told you also, Nikki Lynn, about her video and about the police report and what they did to that report, which led him to come up with his time of death. I told you that.
Okay, so let
But
me
anybody,
finish.
if you want to go
Because
watch it,
I ain't
it's
never
Sleuthy
watched
Lucy.
Lucy a day in my life. I ain't never
Right.
seen Lucy.
Yeah, we
I don't
know.
need
But
to
I'm just
watch
telling
Lucy.
it to everybody in the
And
chat. Go to
I've
Sleuthy
read, okay,
Lucy.
they can watch Lucy. I've read the autopsies, both of them, back and forth. What I will say about the police report is that it's hearsay. It's hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. None of the police were there at the time that the fight occurred or the incidents happened. So everything that's written in the police report was given to them secondhand. I'm going to leave it at that. Take it for what you want. That information was given to them secondhand. They wrote down what someone told them. Okay. So based on the autopsies, if you believe science and medical information, The autopsy says that this girl must have been still alive when the nurse and the EMTs arrived because they used the AED, which is the defibrillator. Okay, a defibrillator will not advise you to shock a person's heart if you are dead. That's the first thing. So the fact that the
That's
defibrillator
a
was
fact.
advising to give a shock
That's
meant
a
that
fact.
Shanquella was still alive.
That's a
Per the
fact.
autopsies, both of them, there is one AED burn post mortem on her chest, which means a shock was delivered to her after she was dead. Okay. They put her time of death between 1 to 4 p.m. approximately. Okay. That means that when the EMT got there, thank you, Marie. I know you was in the nursing field. That when they got there, they used the AED on her. They gave her CPR. They delivered shocks. They delivered shocks until they were not supposed to anymore. And then they delivered one more final, which caused the burn because she was finally deceased. And that's per the autopsies. So, nope, I ain't never watched Lucy. I ain't going to watch Lucy. I read the autopsies, and the police reports are just that secondhand information where they wrote down what someone told them.
That's a fact.
Thank you, Mary.
Now, she was already gone. She was already gone. That part right there was when they got there. They like Nikki said, they thought she was still alive. So what they put down is what they got, and what they put down of the final death is the time of when they got there and they did everything. But she was already gone. She was cold because Lucy already let them know at 12 o'clock that it was a patient, somebody that was in there that was not, didn't have no response.
They say she went into cardiopulmonary arrest at 4:49. That's when she started seizing. That's when she went into seizures. So at that time, I'm going by the medical report.
Okay.
I'm not saying that somebody didn't find her and thought that she was already gone, because that's possible, because we're humans and humans make errors. And somebody could have felt her and she could have been cold or clammy to the touch. She could have been without movement. Her spine was dislocated. She probably couldn't move at all. So it's very possible that somebody looked at her and did think she was gone. I'm not saying they did because I never saw a statement from the maid. I only know secondhand what someone is reporting that the maid saw. So I don't know what the maid said. I only know what they're saying the maid saw or what the maid said. So I can't tell you that the maid said this or didn't say it. But I'm saying that if you base it on the autopsies, that they gave her AED shocks. So she must have been still alive when the nurse and the EMTs arrived. And if you believe the times that they arrived, then I'm stating she was alive. And per the autopsy, she had one post-mortem burn from the AED.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Depending on how long they was giving it to her, if she had a burn. But yeah, that's a fact.
Mel,
Mm. Is everybody there or no?
yeah, we
Mm.
still, I'm still here.
Mm.
I'm here, Marie. Ms. Jam said for her body to be seized and had cardiac arrest, she was alive. Um, I'm not sure I understand your question, but yes. And basically, I showed a while ago on one of Shank's demonstrations the reason why her body was immobilized because of the injuries she had, the injury to certain parts of her brain, the hematoma, um, and mainly the dislocation in her neck, basically immobilized her. So although she was still alive, she was slowly, um, I don't know a good word to use, unaliving. She was slowly, you know, passing. Now, had
Right.
she got medical help sooner and
She would have been here.
had they fixed her neck, yeah,
Yeah, she wouldn't
because
still be here.
eventually
Yeah.
it caused obstruction and
Right.
it caused her to not get oxygen to the brain.
Right. Right.
So eventually that was a slow process. It was. She did not pass as quickly as everyone thinks. And I always said the reason I think everybody thinks she passed so quickly was because of the terminology they used. Because they kept saying she had atlas luxation, which she did not. Mel says she can't find her StreamYard window, but she's still showing. Exactly, Ron. Ron says she has back issues, and when her back goes out, she can barely move. Yeah, you only need a couple of the bones in your spine to be dislocated, disjointed, out of place, and it's going to prohibit your movement.
You gotta unmute yourself, Mel. I'm trying to unmute you. You gotta unmute yourself. Let me drop you and bring you back on. Yeah, you muted yourself, Mel, so it won't let me unmute you. You want me to drop you down? I'm looking at some stuff somebody sent me.
I'm not here twice, am I? No.
You straight now.
Hello?
You straight.
This is so weird.
Can you hear us? Mel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I lost the stream. I lost my tab. I was still on, but I couldn't find the tab so that I could like unmute myself. That was so weird. Anyway, I got another month. I'm getting rid of this iPhone. I hate it. Okay, I really forgot. I can hear y'all talking, but yeah, I was just saying it's just a good. It was just really good information, and I like the way they kind of added. You right, Nikki. The stuff in the police report is made up, but unfortunately, the way they inserted the times and the events of things that happened, some of the times an event, as we always said, didn't make sense. That's why the timelines never made sense to no bias because it didn't add up. So they used that police report, and all those times of events that of things that happened, and plugged it into the 911 report, and that's what the doctor went by. So he was looking at what the doctor said and what his medical findings were, and basically based off that information, it was kind of how it was shown how he determined his time of death. It wasn't exact. It was just all of the other lies and conspiracies that was going on here. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe not conspiracy.
unfortunately, that's where the FBI did us a real disservice, Mel, and everyone, to be quite honest,
I
because
don't know.
we don't know how much they investigated, how far they investigated, who they investigated. We don't know what's included in their
Now
investigative
I want
package.
to ask you something because you used to kind of like work around them sometimes. Are they known to kind of like keep the public informed on their investigations and where they are and the people that are involved?
Absolutely not.
Because when you look at YouTube is full of Puff Daddy but the FBI ain't never came out and said nothing about Puff Daddy.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna get into him, but obviously with
No,
the
I was just using
FBI.
him as an example.
Right.
So when
It's
we
on a need to
say
know basis. Right.
right,
They're going to give you what you need to know and
so
only
because
when you need to know it.
because we out here talking out the side of our neck, y'all know how we've been doing for the past 2 years. Y'all think just because we yelling and screaming and talking out the side of our neck,
Right.
they're going to share their investigative report with us? A bunch of
Exactly.
YouTube people, because
That's
half of
what I'm saying.
they probably getting a lot of information right off of YouTube.
But that's my
That's
point.
what I'm saying.
That's
It's
where
so much
we
information.
fall short because
There
we
was
don't know. We
there
don't
was a
know what
guy.
they've done and what they didn't do. We don't know who they spoke to and who they didn't speak to.
Exactly. So there was a
We don't
guy I
know
was
what helped
listening
them
to
make their decision.
that a podcast that I forgot what case he was covering, but he said actually he was a former police officer, I think, or something. He said because of social media, he said when it comes to the local law enforcement and FBI and DEA and CIA and whoever they are, he said they don't have to go and park in cars and sit in front of buildings anymore. They have social media. And
That's true.
sometimes either the criminals or people that know of information, they take it straight to social media and they find out a lot of stuff right from social media. So
That's
that's why
true.
I
Shank,
say there's so many other content creators that really wasn't in the sector, like when we were really covering Shanquella really, really strong. And I found so many and I listened to them. But I learned that when I'm watching a demonstration, I'm always distracted by the person that's giving the demonstration, or if they showing some, you know, slideshows. That stuff distracts me because I'm a listener. And I'm a listener and a reader, so I when information come to me, I process it a little different. So what I started doing was when I get ready to go to bed, I pop in my earbuds and just find just one of these random people, and I listen to their demonstrations as I go to sleep. I have no distractions. So I don't have any distractions in the house. I don't have any distractions from trying to watch who these people actually are. I just listen. It's so much information, and I know that if they're presenting information like this, and through a lot of people with different areas of like even like us as content as subscribers, different walks of life and um, jobs, careers, or retired from these careers. So just listen to the information that's presented. You can take up just the stuff that we know and we've been doing for whatever, and the facts and the stuff we gathered and video, all that, and just listen to other people. You're able to see different perspectives. You know what I mean? And it a lot of times you can formulate that if we can get outside of our own self, we can formulate that into, okay, I know this for a fact, but then they're saying that, now how would that come together? And then they say, oh, okay, now I can see the FBI hold up on this, because it's all these little nuances, and at the end of the day, you should know this too. Also, Nikki, because you've been there, you've kind of worked around there before. Everybody is a damn suspect.
So
I'm
so
I'm
is
not
so
being I'm not being disrespectful, but everybody is a suspect. Your mama, your daddy, your uncle, you know what I'm saying? Even though those people weren't there, I'm not saying that. But if they feel like it's a conspiracy or
Lord have
something else
mercy.
happened, everybody is a suspect. Your best friend, your boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
So Shane, is the FBI is listening on your channel? Shane, Shane, hello? Oh, he went to sleep. I don't know. That man went to sleep.
I'm sorry, Ree. Oh my gosh. Shame. He not asleep that fast.
Darn. I thought I was here by myself. Don't laugh at me, Nikki.
I'm not laughing at you.
I know. I know. I know.
I stepped away for 1 second. What happened?
We thought you went to sleep on us.
Nah,
Sh-
I'm with y'all for right now. y'all know, y'all know how I get. Maybe like around 2, 3 o'clock. But I'm
Well,
with
I
y'all.
said all I had to say, and again, every time we come up, we always kind of there's always uh that tempers flaring, and you know
no, it's
um
not
but at
personal.
the time and I but at the end of the day,
Oh,
we
it's
have to
never
find a way
personal.
to bring
Yeah.
that
Right.
back,
Right.
and kind of like come to the realization is that you know I in my heart of hearts feel that this is still an open investigation, and um there's who, what,
Mel, can I ask Shank something?
why. Yeah, girl,
You
yeah,
said
I'm
why?
getting sleepy, so I start rambling.
You said why?
Why? Yeah, why did this happen to Shanquella?
Okay. Shank, is the FBI is on your channel? They listening on your channel?
I couldn't say yeah or no, Marie.
That's all I wanted to ask.
I think they probably be like more in chats all around the place. I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on in this world, but you know, anyway, we're always good over here. I hope we, um, you know, find something and do it again soon. But for anybody in the chat, those are some other good places to go and find some really, really good information. And I am out because I'm rambling. I'm sleepy. And I'm gonna talk to y'all later. Miss Parker, if you still
Sleep
on
well.
here, I'll see you tomorrow. All
Sleep
right.
well,
Good
sweet
night,
dreams.
Nikki. I will. Thank you.
Good night, Mel. Thanks.
Damn, she went out with a bang. Went out with a bang that time.
Ooh wee.
So Shank, I didn't hear the first part where I don't know if you said what was or like the latest update or whatever. But my question would be, what do you think should be done next? Or what could be done to help move this forward, if anything?
I think when the White House administrations change, whether Biden stays in another 4 years or whether Trump gets in there, I think that'll be one thing that we could look at that may change some things. Um,
Mm.
then I would lean on the civil suit. I would put money on that civil suit.
Do and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's okay if you don't know. Has the family stated to you what they would want to have happen or don't want to have happen? Because I just don't know.
Well, I know the family, talking with the family, they want to just get their lives back, which of course they won't. They just they real frustrated right now. You know, it didn't go the way they thought it would go, and so they frustrated.
Mm. Um, I made a statement a long time ago about the treaty, and I think it still stands. And I know a lot of people don't like it or don't like to hear it. And I still think it's part of the reason. I just want to find it real quick so I don't, you know, mix up the words. So give me 1 second, Shan.
Okay, I think me and you had a discussion on that at one time, Nikki. As far as I think, I can't. Don't quote me, because I.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, yeah.
It was one of the things I kept bringing up about that I just think the United States protect their people,
Mm-hmm.
and basically they do not have to extradite if they don't want to. And I think people kept saying, "Oh no, yes they do, they have to," and I kept saying, "Well, no, they don't." And and Mel asked me to show her where that was in the treaty, and I, pointed it out to her where it was, and I just want to find it because I want to because I think it's part of the problem. But I mean, I could be wrong. Like I said, everybody has their suspicions as to why this case isn't moving forward. But I think that's part of the reason. I don't want
A lot
let me
of
just see if I can find it
a,
real quick.
not to cut you off. A lot of other people feel the same way, Nikki. It's the
Yeah, I
treaty.
can't hear you, although I'm putting my mic on mute.
A lot of people, if y'all feel the same way as Nikki, drop a one. I've had, several people, a lot of people mention it's the treaty. It's because of the treaty. They're not moving because of the treaty. You know, drop a one if y'all feel the same way. Go ahead, Marie.
Shank, I have a question. Being that it's like now going on 2 years, does it has a I don't know if treaty is for the same thing that I'm asking for because I know nothing about the law, but do it has like what you call that when something don't happen, then it winds up not having.
Statute of limitation.
Yeah.
I
Do
can't. Nikki can probably answer that better, or somebody in the chat. I
What
can't.
was your question, Marie?
I don't know.
Is it
I
an
don't know.
expert? Is it a statute of limitation on a treaty as far as the charge concerned?
Yeah.
Not that I know of, and I need to dig deeper than that because there should not be a statute of limitations on homicide. And femicide, of course, is a form of homicide. So there should not be a statute of limitations on that. So
Be-
that being said, and when there is a warrant being served under the treaty, I don't think there's a statute of limitations in that period. So, like for instance, what's that guy, that film producer, that old guy that fled the country because he didn't want to be charged with SA or whatever in that case, and his warrant has never expired.
Hmm.
And it's been years. That little girl is now a grown lady. So I think in cases of, the treaty, those type of charges don't ever expire because of the type of charges they are. Now I do need to look further into that, Marie, but that's my best answer based on what I know from the charges in the treaty.
because it's the reason why I'm asking, because it's already 2 years, and I know it's about to be another year about to come up. So that's why I'm asking about the statute of limitation.
No, I don't think it certainly wouldn't be 2 years. It certainly wouldn't expire that soon, but I don't think there is a statute of limitations on that. But um this is what I wanted to read, Shank, the extradition of United States citizens versus Mexico citizens. And the United States and Mexico signed the extradition treaty on May 4th, 1978, that provides for the return of those who have committed crimes and fled across the United States or the Mexico border. This is part of the problem that I think is preventing the United States from sending Dejanay back to Mexico. And I'm going to read this verbatim. However, like most extradition agreements, the treaty between the United States and Mexico does not obligate either party to hand over its own nationals. It says it right there. So there's always a blockage, there's always a way out. So, point blank, period, they don't have to send her back. We can go back and forth about the video being enough, the autopsies being enough, the FBI saying they don't have enough evidence here, there. Mexico didn't produce enough evidence. We can go back and forth about people thinking whether or not they conspired to commit the crime in North Carolina, whether or not it was premeditated or not. I'm saying in the end, none of it really matters because per the treaty, the extradition agreement, it says, however, like most extradition agreements, the treaty between the United States and Mexico does not obligate either party to hand over its own nationals.
So why not they cover their own national, and if not? But I see what you're saying. The FBI is saying that there's nothing there. So I don't
I
understand why.
mean, in short, Marie, that's the answer they want to give you to say, okay, we looked into it, we investigated, it's not enough to move forward. But it's always been in the treaty, which I've always kept saying, they don't have to hand them over. They don't even really have to give you a good enough excuse. Per the treaty, they just don't have to hand over their own citizens. I've always said that. I've been saying it from the very beginning, and I know the problem with what I'm saying. It doesn't sound good. Nobody wants to hear that because, in the pursuit of justice, we want justice for Shanquella. We would hate to think that this was the answer in short, but it
So
very well could be.
so I don't like to say this, and I don't mean to say this. So, would it come somewhere down the line of unsolved? Would it become an unsolved mystery, unsolved crime?
It is right now an unsolved crime. I don't think it's a mystery because to me, we see what happened. We saw the video. We absolutely see what happened. And also to me, the autopsy supports what we see on the video. So I don't think it's a mystery. We absolutely know what happened and we know who did it. They recorded it for us. Thank you. So it's not a mystery. It's an unsolved crime, though. I agree with that. Um, Dee says she would like to pose a question. Since Kyrie Irving donated a lot of money to the fund, has he been informed of how his money has been used to help the case? I don't know. I mean, he would have to question the family. I don't even know if he wants answers, Dee, to be quite honest. I don't know if he gave willingly and freely. And I posed this earlier. I believe that the GoFundMe stated what the money was going to be used for. I believe that the GoFundMe absolutely stated what the money was going to be used for. And maybe people missed that. Maybe everybody didn't take it into account. Maybe some people didn't read it. I think it absolutely told them what they were willing to do. I think it told them that Sudan needed to go on a fact finding mission to Mexico. So I think if some people are upset because they don't think that the money that they donated to the GoFundMe was spent the way that they thought it should be spent, then they should go back and read that GoFundMe. And if it was, then I don't think they have something a point of contention. But if it wasn't, then I think they have something to argue about. Me myself, I don't. But if he has questions, I think he should ask.
Because I know a lot of people think that it may go into like the unsolved crime, and then they think that even though I heard what you said, um, it may have what's that I said? Uh, uh, so, um, it may not do it anymore after a couple of more years.
They may
What's
not. Oh, so you're saying the statute of limitations. You're saying that, well, as long as
right?
the case is open, it's a homicide case. There is no statute of limitations on homicide.
What about for that hammerhead? Is it a statute of limitations for her?
Who's hammer here?
I don't want to say her
Dejanay?
name. Yeah,
No. So I believe once again that there is no statute of limitations for homicide. And per this treaty, I do not believe that there's statute of limitation. And if I'm not mistaken, the FBI says that they're not moving forward unless new evidence is found. They did not say the case was closed. So that's the difference. If they close the case, then people could start asking, well, tell us what you found. That people can start submitting Freedom of Information Act for, information and say, tell us what you found and tell us why this and why that. So I don't believe they're ever going to close the case. I
but
think it's always going to be an open investigation.
what about for the rest of the Cabo Six? Would it be statute of limitations for them?
So, okay, so I keep making this point because I don't know if you and everyone else, I know, some people do, but I don't know if some people are getting it. It's only one warrant, Marie.
Yeah,
It's
I
only
got
one
that
warrant,
part.
and it's
I got
only for
that part.
Dejanay. But as
I
long as there is an open investigation, the FBI is saying, well, if new information, if new evidence comes forward, well, they're willing to look at it and receive it. So that doesn't mean that other people can't be charged down the line. But
Yeah,
right
that's
now,
why I asked the question. I know that they don't have no charges. I know that
Right.
there's nothing pending towards them, but I'm just saying, you know, just in case, I don't know.
But also understand this two things. Per the treaty,
Right.
Mexico can only charge the Cabo Six with
Mhm.
homicide or femicide or some form of homicide. Okay? So
Right.
per the treaty, Mexico can only charge the Cabo Six with some type of form of homicide because that's the only thing that's going to allow the Cabo Six or any of them, Dejanay or any of them, to be extradited back to Mexico. So Mexico can't charge the rest of them with obstruction of justice or anything else. It's just not going to work because those charges aren't included in the treaty. Now, with concurrent jurisdiction, the United States can charge the other five with additional charges, which would include obstruction of justice and some of those other names. And I can't think of them right off the top of my head, but Sue Ann did name them in her letter to the president. So we have a situation here where it was always whether or not we wanted them to be tried in Mexico or tried in the United States, because it's a matter of how many of them do you want and how much time do you want them to serve? Because obviously you can only charge them with homicide per the treaty, which means you have to charge all of them. All of them did not commit homicide per Mexico. In their investigation, they're saying only Dejanay did. So Dejanay would be the only one unless they found additional evidence saying someone else attacked her and contributed to her demise. Then they can only charge them with homicide. But the United States, per the treaty, can take on concurrent jurisdiction and charge them with other charges.
But Designee is the one that did that. So being that they all was there, they can't be charged with the same thing.
Where? So
Uh,
no.
Okay, so now
So you saying based on the fact that the other four watched the fight occur
right,
and didn't stop it, can
right,
they be charged with homicide as well?
right.
No, because that's
Okay,
not homicide. They would
okay,
have had to have actively participated and did
okay,
something that caused her injuries, that
okay,
caused her demise.
okay,
And Mexico would have to prove that. And
okay.
so, what we see so far, the only video that we've seen, although I know some people say they saw others, but I'm assuming that Mexico is saying the only video they see is Dejanay attacking her, which is why they're deeming her the main aggressor.
Okay.
So, thus far, only Dejanay can be charged in Mexico,
Okay.
but the United States can charge the rest of them with other crimes.
Okay. Oh my God! I just hope it don't go cold. I just hope it don't go cold.
It is a cold case right now. I would say it is a cold case, Marie. It's still open, but I would say it's a cold case because the only thing is they're saying they would need new evidence. I don't know by way of what new evidence, because once again, we don't know what they already have and what they concluded wasn't good enough.
Mm,
I see D say concurrent. Yeah, that's, well, if I didn't say that, that's what I intended to say, concurrent jurisdiction. And I see Ross said people asking about the money, but how do they know it's all gone? I
it's
don't
not.
know. And I guess they would have to ask the family.
It's not about the money anymore. It's talking about the justice. The money. The money. They probably use it for stuff, but the thing is that we trying to concede the justice for Shanquella, and that's not happening.
Right. That's how I feel. I can't instruct others how to feel. I mean, that's how I feel, Marie. But I mean, obviously, there are some people who gave and they feel strongly about it. And I'm not
I
trying
get
to
it.
talk, to them one way or the other to
I
tell
get
them
it.
how they should feel about their money or, and how much they gave or where it's at or whatever. I don't know. I don't
I
have a
get it.
bone in a
I
dog in
get
that
it.
fight. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I get it. So if something do get come up with a new update, because I seen something on YouTube that there's a new update with Nazir saying something about Shanquella Robinson, but I ain't want to listen to none of that, because the only thing I want to hear is that they came up with something new, they got something new, and they got designate. That's the only thing I want to hear.
Right. Because an update could be almost anything, right? But
Right.
it doesn't mean it's enough to lead us, towards justice for Shanquella. Because, I mean, remember, I don't know about you, but I was one of them. We got all excited when um, Miss Salamandra came out and said something about all the text messages that had been deleted. And it was like, well, yeah, we knew that it must have been something in those text messages that was going to point the FBI in the right direction because Miss Alabandra thought that it proved that they did something to her daughter. So we got all excited and we like, yeah, this is like the break that we needed. And I think, we all discussed it for a minute until we found out that not only was this not brand new information, but the FBI had already known about it and possibly was in receipt of those text messages as well.
Yeah, but if they were deleted, they can't re-get those text messages. Text messages never die. I
Yeah, but I don't think you understand what I'm saying,
no,
Marie.
I probably don't. I'm
The
sorry.
FBI had already knew of it by the time we heard about it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So
okay.
if they had already knew about it and concluded that it wasn't useful, here we were getting excited about what we thought was new information, or as you say, an update. But then we realized what we thought was an update and something that was going to move us forward in the case wasn't really an update to us at all because it
Mm-hmm.
was something that the FBI already knew about and it was something that they either wasn't considering or it wasn't enough to move the case forward, to propel the case forward any further, if that makes sense.
It would have to make sense, 'cause I don't know nothing about the law, so I would have to agree with what you're saying because you know more about the law than I do. So I can't.
Marie Funny. Okay. Yeah, but I'm just saying, so when they say
Mm-hmm.
they have an update could be anything. And sometimes we get excited about it and then we find out it's not enough. Right, Marty. Ben Crump said something about the text messages at the press conference. But I guess that information was overlooked, Marty, because I mean, people heard it, but nobody, expounded upon it. And then it wasn't until Miss Salamandra released it on her social media that, which was months later, where everybody got all excited about it because they thought it was something new.
They just need to lock each and every one of them up and put them in the cell, and I bet somehow way or another they'll find some way to talk it out. Be like, oh, Designate did this. No, Khalil did this. No, Malik did this. No, Winter did this. No, what's her name? Elise did this. And then we sit here and we told Isaiah this. You know, they just need to lock them in that cell for like 24 hours, and I bet each and every one of them will talk. Or if they
Mm,
at least get one, somebody will talk. I know that was mentioned a long time ago, too.
yeah, yeah, a lot of people do feel that way. Y'all might have a
Mhm.
good point. Hmm.
Lock them in there for 48 hours, and I bet they'll start talking. Because then Bertha or whoever one of the men would try to do something to them and they'll want to talk. That's what they need to do, but they're not gonna do that because they have nothing towards them to hold them, right? Am I saying that right?
Well, you would hope they would turn on one another, but to be quite honest, what you probably really need is to suggest that you're going to charge them and then hope that one of them is willing to take a plea to turn on the other. But to be quite honest, I don't really know how if that would work because I mean we still see the video and we see that there is a warrant for the main aggressor. So I'm still arguing that the standstill lies with the United States.
They probably not gonna do nothing until the new presidency. What do you think, Nikki?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
I don't know. Oh God. We keep going back and forth, and still no update, still no idea about what's gonna happen for this family and justice for Shanquella. I know
Right.
our girl is up in heaven, jumping up and down. Like, when is this gonna happen? When is I'm gonna get justice for me? And we can never come to a point or a view of, you know, when something is gonna happen until one of them do something totally different to make her or they have some type of feeling to say, I, I'm tired of running and I'm gonna tell this, and then each and every one of them get what they deserve.
Yeah. So you think justice isn't going to happen unless one of them decides to talk?
That's my feel a little bit. I don't
Right.
like this. That even I'm feeling that that's cruel to want to say, because don't no mother or no father want to hear somebody want to say that, but it's just heartbreaking to say, to sit here and actually think that, on a live channel, and then to hear that, no, I want justice. It's just heartbreaking to want to say that, like you don't care, and I do care. It's just heartbreaking. I don't think that it's going to happen because somebody or someone or something is holding this up to where it's preventing her to get justice. It's saddening.
Yeah.
Saddening. Shank, what you got to say? You quiet in that corner. Don't fall asleep on us. That man went to sleep on us, Nikki. Nikki, he left us in charge of the channel. Nikki, no, he did not.
He left you in charge. I ain't about to play with Shank. I ain't being up here all night. Mm-mm.
Shank,
He left
Shank.
you in charge. He said he was gonna go sleep around 2 o'clock.
Uh-uh. That's not Man.
Well, look, and the famous, how you used to say, any last words? Any last words from anybody in the chat? I'm not staying up here all night. Any last
This
words
is
from
not.
anybody in the chat? Marie, you got any last words?
No, I ain't got the only one for justice, my Shanquella. Justice for
Justice
our
for Shane?
queen,
Well,
man.
that's
Uh-huh.
right. I agree. I appreciate y'all time. I appreciate y'all allowing me up here to discuss the case a little bit. Thank you, D. Love you too. Love the Rock Squad. Everybody in the chat. I appreciate getting up here, being able to run my big mouth and part a little bit of, my words, my suspicions. So thank you. Love all you guys.
Yeah.
All right, Marie. Love you. Good night.
Love you too. Shane, wake up.
Love you, Marty. Good night. Thank
Love
you.
you, White. Love everybody in the chat.